Accommodation. Travelers were happy to find comfortable accommodation. Accreditation. The hospital has received accreditation from an international organization that guarantees the quality of medical care. Accumulation. The accumulation of knowledge cannot be achieved overnight. Accusation. He was accused of embezzlement by a colleague without any evidence. Acidification. Ocean acidification due to carbon dioxide absorption is causing serious damage to coral reefs. Activation. Before you can use your new credit card, you'll need to activate it over the phone or online. Adaptation. Living organisms have undergone unique adaptations to survive in harsh environments. Administration. He works in the university's administration department, providing student support. Admiration. Her dedicated work has earned her the admiration of many people. Adoration. She is the object of deep adoration from fans all over the world. Adulation. The young star was confused by the excessive adulation he received from the public. Affectation. His unnatural way of speaking is merely an affectation to appear intelligent. Affiliation. Many people, regardless of political affiliation, joined the peace movement. Affirmation. He recites positive affirmations every day to reaffirm his beliefs. Agglomeration. The city grew into a huge agglomeration, engulfing surrounding towns. Aggravation. The delay in receiving proper treatment led to the aggravation of his injuries. Agitation. The sudden notice of dismissal caused intense agitation among the employees. Alienation. Living alone in a city can leave people feeling deeply alienated. Allegation. He has categorically denied allegations of corruption and maintained his innocence. Allocation. Within the limited budget, optimal allocation of resources to each department was discussed. Alteration. Parts of the building were altered to make it barrier-free. Altercation. A minor traffic dispute led to a violent altercation between the two drivers. Amalgamation. The amalgamation of the two banks created the largest financial group in the country. Amelioration. The union continues to negotiate with management for amelioration of working conditions. Amortization. The company decided to use a 5-year amortization method to cover the cost of purchasing new equipment. Amputation. To prevent the spread of a severe infection, he made the difficult decision to have his leg amputated. Animation. The animation techniques of his children's films are highly praised around the world. Annexation. The country was criticized by the international community for its unjust annexation of neighboring territories. Annihilation. The detonation of a nuclear weapon could result in the annihilation of an entire city. Annotation. He wrote detailed annotations to help him understand the complex expressions in classical literature. Anticipation. With the release of the long-awaited new film approaching, expectations and anticipation are rising among fans. Appellation. Only wines produced in this region can bear this special appellation. Application. He submitted his application form yesterday to apply for a new job. Appreciation. Deep appreciation for works of art leads to a richer life. Approbation. He received official approbation from the board of directors for his many years of service. Appropriation. The government approved budget appropriations for new infrastructure development. Approximation. The exact number is still unknown, but a rough estimate would be around 1 million. Arbitration. A neutral third-party arbitration was conducted to resolve the dispute. Articulation. He has excellent articulation and communicates his thoughts clearly. Aspiration. She has a strong aspiration to one day become a world-famous architect. Assassination. The assassination of that leader caused great shock and sadness around the world. Assimilation. In order to adapt to a new environment, assimilation of the local culture is necessary. Association. The association has long supported the conservation of endangered species. Augmentation. The use of AI technology makes it possible to augment human capabilities. Authentication. Online banks have implemented two-step authentication to increase security. Authorization. Entry into this area requires formal authorization from an administrator. Automation. Advances in factory automation have dramatically improved production efficiency. Aviation. Since the Wright brothers' first flight, aviation technology has made incredible advances. Avocation. While working as a doctor, he enjoys photography as an avocation. Calculation. He demonstrated the ability to quickly solve complex mathematical calculations in his head. Calibration. To maintain the accuracy of the measurement results, regular calibration of the equipment is essential. Cancellation. Due to bad weather, the event I was looking forward to has been cancelled. Capitulation. Faced with an overwhelming difference in military strength, the enemy forces finally accepted unconditional capitulation. Causation. Scientists are investigating causation between lifestyle habits and certain diseases. Celebration. A grand celebration was held at the hotel to mark the company's 10th anniversary. Centralization. Centralization, where authority is concentrated in headquarters, can slow down decision-making on the ground. Certification. To work in this profession, you need to obtain certification recognized by the government. Cessation. After lengthy negotiations, a cessation of fighting was finally agreed upon. Characterization. His characterization in that book is wonderful. Citation. When writing a paper, accurate citation of cited literature is required. Civilization. We are amazed by the legacies of ancient Egyptian civilization, such as the pyramids. Clarification. To avoid misunderstanding, I would like to request further clarification of the previous explanation. Classification. The classification of animals is complex. Cohabitation. Before getting married, they began cohabiting to get to know each other's lifestyles. Collaboration. The collaboration between the two brands has resulted in an innovative product. Colonization. Historians are studying the modern-day impact of the 19th century colonization of Africa. Combination. The combination of red and blue is beautiful. Commemoration. On the anniversary of the end of the war, a commemoration was held to mourn the victims. Commendation. He was awarded the mayor's highest commendation for his life-saving efforts. Communication. Good communication is the key to success. Compensation. The company paid sufficient compensation to the victims of the accident. Compilation. He worked hard to compile the materials in order to compile the results of his many years of research into a book. Complication. The surgery was successful, but careful follow-up is required to prevent postoperative complications. Computation. That calculation requires complex computation. Concentration. To solve complex problems, you need to clear your mind and maintain a high level of concentration. Conciliation. A forum for conciliation was established to resolve conflicts between labor and management. Condemnation. His irresponsible behavior drew severe condemnation from society at large. Condensation. On winter mornings, condensation formed on the window glass, blurring the view outside. Confederation. The countries in the region have formed a confederation to strengthen their economic ties. Configuration. The system configuration was changed to allow the new software to work optimally. Confirmation. I received a final confirmation by email to make sure there were no errors in the reservation details. Confiscation. The illegal drugs were discovered and the luggage was confiscated by customs. Conflagration. Fanned by strong winds, the fire quickly grew into a huge conflagration. Confrontation. The two major powers have begun talks to avoid a violent confrontation along their border. Conglomeration. His room is filled with a conglomeration of antiques he has collected from all over the world. Congratulations. Upon receiving his promotion, his colleagues showered him with congratulations. Congregation. On Sunday morning, the church congregation listened quietly to the pastor's sermon. Conjugation. When learning Spanish, learning verb conjugations is an unavoidable part of learning Spanish. Connotation. The word dictatorship has very negative connotations. Consecration. The consecration of the new cathedral took place in a solemn ceremony. Conservation. Environmental conservation activities to protect endangered species are being carried out all over the world. Consideration. Consideration for the feelings of others is the basis for smooth human relationships. Consolation. When he was depressed after losing a match, the only consolation he could find was the encouragement of his friends. Consolidation. In order to stabilize management, the company is proceeding with the reorganization and consolidation of unprofitable divisions. Constellation. Famous constellations such as Orion shine in the winter night sky. Consternation. The sudden announcement of the transfer of key players caused great consternation among fans. Constipation. A lack of dietary fiber and lack of exercise can cause constipation, which affects many people. Consultation. He decided to seek professional consultation before making any major decisions. Consummation. Years of hard work have finally come to fruition, and the project has reached its consummation. Contamination. Contamination of rivers by industrial wastewater has become a serious environmental problem. Contemplation. In the quiet forest, he was in deep contemplation about his own future. Continuation. Curious about the continuation of the show, he watched every episode in one night. Conversation. I met someone by chance while traveling and had a fun conversation about our common hobbies. Cooperation. Cooperation among all team members is essential for the success of the project. Coordination. In projects involving multiple departments, coordination to oversee the whole project is key. Coronation. The coronation of the new king was carried out solemnly in accordance with tradition. Corporation. He works for a large corporation. Correlation. The survey results showed that there is a strong correlation between sleep duration and work efficiency. Corroboration. Objective corroboration was found to support his testimony. Creation. This magnificent sculpture is a masterpiece that took the young artist 3 years to complete. Crustacean. Crustaceans such as shrimp and crab are a favorite food for many people. Culmination. The completion of this new product marks the culmination of 3 years of research by the development team. Cultivation. Rice cultivation has been actively carried out in this region since ancient times. Deceleration. To stem the economic slowdown, the central bank decided to cut interest rates. Declaration. On Independence Day, the people once again took to heart the declaration calling for freedom and peace. Decoration. She brightened up the party venue with her handmade decorations. Dedication. Her dedication to her work is highly appreciated by her colleagues. Defamation. Defamation on the internet is severely punished by law. Deforestation. Excessive deforestation in the Amazon basin is accelerating global warming. Degradation. Preventing environmental degradation is one of the greatest challenges facing modern society. Dehydration. Failure to stay hydrated during intense exercise can lead to serious dehydration. Delegation. An economic delegation from Japan visited Southeast Asia for technical cooperation. Deliberation. After several hours of careful deliberation, the jury finally reached a verdict. Delineation. Provides a clear delineation of the new project's responsibilities. Demarcation. The border between the two countries needs to be clearly demarcated. Demobilization. The war ended, and the soldiers began to be demobilized and reintegrated into society. Demonstration. They held a peaceful demonstration in the square. Denomination. Even within the same religion, there are many denominations depending on the interpretation of doctrine. Denunciation. Civil society groups launched a fierce denunciation of the unjust verdict. Deportation. Foreigners who were staying illegally were arrested and deported. Depreciation. Currency depreciation has caused import prices to skyrocket. Depredation. A fence was erected around the perimeter to prevent crop depredation by pests. Deprivation. Sleep deprivation leads to impaired concentration and adverse health effects. Deregulation. In an effort to stimulate the economy, deregulation of the airline industry was promoted. Derivation. Many English words have their origins in Latin or Greek. Desecration. The act of desecration of a sacred place angered many people. Desiccation. The severe dryness of the desert has led to the evolution of plants in a special way. Designation. The area has been designated as a national park, home to rare wildlife. Desolation. The city had been devastated by the war, and a deep sense of desolation permeated the surrounding area. Desperation. Driven to a corner, he became so desperate that he took reckless action. Destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their final destination. Determination. She continued to pursue her dreams with strong determination, never giving in to any difficulties. Detonation. The countdown ended and the old building collapsed with the detonation of explosives. Devaluation. The devaluation of the currency has significantly reduced the purchasing power of the people. Devastation. After a massive typhoon passed, the city was left in a state of shocking devastation. Deviation. A small deviation from the plan ultimately resulted in a large error. Dictation. In English class, students participated in dictation, where they accurately wrote down the English sentences read by the teacher. Differentiation. We developed unique features to differentiate our products from those of other companies. Dilation. The doctor used eye drops to dilate the pupils in order to perform the fundus examination. Discrimination. Eliminating unfair discrimination based on race and gender is a responsibility of modern society. Disembarkation. The plane landed and passengers disembarked smoothly. Disinclination. He was not very interested in the job and showed strong disinclination. Disinformation. During the election period, disinformation was deliberately spread, causing chaos in society. Disintegration. Internal conflicts within the organization intensified, and eventually the party began to disintegrate. Dispensation. He was granted a dispensation, an exemption from the rules for special reasons. Dissemination. The Internet has played a revolutionary role in the rapid dissemination of information. Dissertation. He spent several years writing a huge number of dissertations to earn his doctorate. Dissipation. His friends are concerned about the dissipation of energy caused by his unhealthy lifestyle. Distillation. Through the distillation process, impurities are removed to produce pure alcohol. Diversification. In order to spread risk, it is recommended to diversify investments. Divination. Ancient kings placed great importance on divination rituals to predict the fate of their nations. Documentation. Accurate documentation is required at each stage of the project. Domination. The empire once established domination over neighboring countries through its overwhelming military power. Donation. He made a large anonymous donation to a local orphanage. Duplication. In order to cut down on unnecessary costs, it is necessary to avoid duplication of similar operations. Edification. The lecture was very informative and contributed greatly to the spiritual edification of the audience. Education. High-quality education greatly expands children's future possibilities. Ejaculation. He was so surprised by the sudden turn of events that he involuntarily ejaculated in surprise. Elaboration. His plan is impressive, but it needs further elaboration before it can be put into action. Elation. The moment he found out the results of the exam, he was overcome with great elation. Elevation. The hut is located in a challenging location at an elevation of 3,000 meters. Elimination. The elimination in the qualifying round was a big shock to the team. Emancipation. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation is a great symbol of emancipation in American history. Embarkation. Passengers, passports in hand, went through the embarkation procedures for the ship. Emigration. In the 19th century, many people chose to emigrate from Europe in search of a better life. Estimation. His abilities are highly estimated by those around him. Evacuation. Evacuation advisories have been issued to coastal residents as a powerful typhoon approaches. Evaluation. The company conducts a rigorous evaluation of employee performance every 6 months. Evaporation. The strong sunlight caused the water in the puddle to evaporate and disappear quickly. Exaggeration. His stories are always full of exaggeration, making it difficult to determine how much is true. Examination. He studied hard for more than 10 hours every day in preparation for the difficult national examination. Exasperation. He couldn't hide his exasperation as the same question was repeated over and over again. Excavation. During excavation work at a construction site, ancient pottery was discovered by chance. Excitation. In physics experiments, excitation is used to change the energy state of atoms. Exclamation. When she saw the magnificent view before her, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation of amazement. Exhilaration. Looking at the spectacular view from the top of the mountain, I felt an exhilaration that is hard to put into words. Exhortation. With the coach's passionate exhortation, the players were once again fired up with fighting spirit. Exoneration. New evidence was discovered, and he was finally exonerated from a crime he did not commit. Expectation. Expectations and predictions from those around the new manager are higher than ever. Experimentation. Scientific progress is supported by an endless series of experimentations. Expiration. I checked the expiration date of my card and went through the renewal process. Explanation. His explanation was very logical and easy for everyone to understand. Exploitation. The unfair exploitation of labor in developing countries has become an international problem. Exploration. Space exploration of unknown planets brings new knowledge to humanity. Extermination. Large-scale disinfection was carried out to exterminate pests that could transmit infectious diseases. Extrapolation. Future population trends were predicted by extrapolation based on past data. Fabrication. He fabricated a string of blatant lies to justify himself. Falsification. Falsification of data is a serious violation of scientific ethics. Fascination. From an early age, he felt a strong fascination with the mysteries of the universe. Federation. Several states came together to form powerful federations to face common challenges. Fermentation. Delicious bread and alcohol are made through the process of fermentation using yeast. Fixation. Ever since he was a child, he has had an obsessive fixation with model trains. Flirtation. He was not in a serious relationship, just enjoying a light flirtation. Fluctuation. Extreme fluctuations in exchange rates pose a major risk to exporting companies. Formation. The rocks were formed naturally over a long period of time spanning millions of years. Formulation. The government is rushing to formulate concrete policies for economic reconstruction. Fortification. To strengthen the city's defenses, strong fortifications were built during the Middle Ages. Foundation. A healthy democracy requires an unshakable foundation called education. Fragmentation. As organizational fragmentation progresses, the speed of decision-making slows down dramatically. Frustration. He feels strong frustration that things are not going according to plan. Generalization. Generalizations that judge the whole picture based on only a few examples should be avoided. Generation. We have a responsibility to continue protecting this beautiful nature for the next generation. Gentrification. Gentrification that accompanies urban redevelopment is forcing long-time residents to move out. Gestation. Elephants have a very long gestation period, lasting approximately 22 months. Globalization. Globalization affects the economy. Gradation. The sunset sky had a beautiful gradation from orange to purple. Graduation. He is set to get a job at a local company after graduation. Gratification. Through volunteer work, he gains spiritual gratification from helping others. Gravitation. The Earth's gravitational force keeps us standing with our feet on the ground. Hallucination. Due to extreme fatigue and a high fever, he suffered from hallucinations, which made him see things that were not real. Hesitation. Faced with a golden opportunity, he made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Hospitalization. After examination, he was advised to undergo hospitalization for a week to receive in-depth treatment. Humiliation. He was severely reprimanded in public and suffered deep humiliation. Identification. When entering the building, you will be asked to show identification to prove your identity. Illumination. On a winter night, the beautiful illuminations on the street trees captivated the crowds. Illustration. The vivid illustrations on the book's cover caught the reader's eye. Imagination. Having a rich imagination is essential for generating new ideas. Imitation. The jewels are very finely crafted, but they are not genuine, but rather cheap imitation pieces. Immigration. The country has an aggressive immigration policy to address its labor shortage. Immunization. To protect children from illness, regular immunizations are carried out in schools. Implementation. Making a plan is important, but the most difficult part is actually implementing it. Implication. His casual remark contained important implications regarding his future plans. Importation. The importation of cheap agricultural products from overseas is affecting domestic farmers. Improvisation. The real joy of jazz performance is the free improvisation that can be done in the moment. Imputation. He has taken legal action to counter baseless corruption imputations. Inauguration. The new president's inauguration was held solemnly, with many citizens looking on. Incarceration. As a result of committing a serious crime, he was sentenced to 10 years incarceration. Inclination. From an early age, she had a strong musical inclination. Incorporation. They have succeeded in incorporating multiple innovative features into one device. Incubation. The virus has a long incubation period, making it difficult to detect early. Indentation. Adding indentation at the beginning of a paragraph makes the text easier to read. Indication. The darkening sky is an indication that heavy rain will soon fall. Indignation. Citizens felt intense indignation at the government's unfair policies. Industrialization. Industrialization developed the economy. Infatuation. His passion for her was merely a temporary infatuation, not true love. Infiltration. The spy was able to infiltrate deep into the enemy's organization and obtain classified information. Inflammation. The wound is infected with bacteria and is causing severe inflammation. Inflation. Due to inflation in recent years, people's living costs have increased significantly. Information. The internet is overflowing with a huge amount of information. Inhalation. Smoke inhalation can have a negative effect on the lungs, so caution is required in the event of a fire. Initiation. The tribe has a traditional initiation ceremony for being recognized as an adult. Innovation. Technological innovation has the power to fundamentally change the way we live our lives. Inoculation. To prevent the spread of infectious diseases, children were given inoculations. Insemination. In the livestock industry, artificial insemination is widely practiced to preserve superior bloodlines. Insinuation. He didn't say it directly, but he implied that she was lying. Inspiration. The artist was inspired by the scenery he saw during his travels. Installation. The installation of the new air conditioner took about an hour. Insubordination. Failure to follow a superior's legitimate instructions may be considered insubordination. Insulation. To protect against the winter cold, we installed high-performance insulation on the walls of our house. Integration. In a society where people of different cultures live together, mutual integration is an important issue. Interpretation. The interpretation of this old poem varies greatly depending on the reader. Interrogation. Police subjected the suspect to intense interrogation about his alibi on the day of the incident. Intimidation. He refused to succumb to the intimidation and insisted on his position to the end. Intonation. She not only has perfect pronunciation, but also speaks English with natural intonation. Intoxication. Driving while intoxicated by alcohol is strictly prohibited by law. Inundation. Record-breaking rains have caused inundation of riverside villages. Investigation. Authorities have begun a full-scale investigation to determine the cause of the accident. Invitation. He received a wedding invitation from a friend and gladly replied that he would attend. Invocation. The ceremony began with an invocation calling for divine protection. Irradiation. To extend the shelf life of foods, irradiation is permitted in some countries. Irrigation. Large-scale irrigation projects are underway to convert desert areas into farmland. Isolation. He left the city and chose to live in complete isolation in a remote mountain cabin. Jubilation. The moment the victory was announced, the stadium was filled with jubilation from the fans. Justification. Violence, whatever the reason, cannot be a legitimate justification. Laceration. He suffered a deep laceration in his arm in the accident and needed several stitches. Lactation. Mammalian mothers nourish their young through postpartum lactation. Legislation. New environmental protection legislation is due to come into effect next month. Liberation. The long-standing dictatorship was overthrown, and the people finally achieved political liberation. Limitation. No matter how talented you are, there is always a limit to your physical strength. Liquidation. The company was unable to repay its debts and eventually went into liquidation. Litigation. There has been a long-running litigation between two large companies over patent infringement. Location. The restaurant is in a great location with a view of the sea. Machination. He was secretly plotting an ingenious scheme to bring down his rivals. Manifestation. His repeated lateness is a manifestation of his lack of motivation for work. Manipulation. He manipulated the media to sway public opinion in his favor. Mediation. A third-party mediation was conducted to resolve the dispute. Medication. He is taking the medication prescribed by his doctor correctly and is in good health. Meditation. He meditates for 30 minutes every morning to calm his mind and improve his focus. Migration. The seasonal migration of migratory birds is an epic journey covering distances of thousands of kilometers. Miniaturization. Advances in semiconductor technology have made it possible to further miniaturize electronic devices. Ministration. She stayed close to the sick elderly and continued to provide dedicated ministry. Moderation. To stay healthy, it is important to maintain moderation in both diet and exercise. Modernization. The country is promoting the modernization of its social infrastructure through technological innovation. Modification. In order to meet user requests, some modifications were made to the app design. Modulation. Radio waves transmit sound through signal modulation. Motivation. He is highly motivated and works hard at his rigorous training every day. Multiplication. In math class, children are learning the basics of multiplication. Mutation. There is a risk that sudden mutations in the virus will make existing vaccines ineffective. Mutilation. The ancient statues have been subjected to severe mutilation over the years. Narration. The documentary's calm narration adds depth to the footage. Nation. The nation continues to develop against a backdrop of diverse cultures and histories. Negation. His attitude was one of outright negation of the team's spirit of cooperation. Negotiation. After lengthy negotiations, they finally reached an agreement on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Nomination. His achievements were recognized with this year's top award nomination. Notation. In mathematics, special notations are used to express complex concepts succinctly. Notification. A notification appeared on my smartphone informing me that a new email had arrived. Obligation. Once a contract is signed, both parties have a legal obligation to fulfill their promises. Observation. Scientists conducted detailed observations to record the results of their experiments. Occupation. I filled out the occupation section of my resume with a detailed description of my current job. Operation. A new system was introduced to ensure smooth factory operations. Oration. At the graduation ceremony, he gave a moving oration that resonated deeply with his juniors. Ordination. He completed his rigorous training and was finally ordained as a priest. Organization. She is a member of an international organization that supports children in developing countries. Orientation. An orientation was held for new students to explain the campus facilities and course content. Oscillation. The regular oscillation of the pendulum is used to keep accurate time. Ostentation. He threw lavish parties with a lot of ostentation to show off his wealth. Ovation. When his wonderful performance finished, the audience rose to their feet and gave him a hearty ovation. Overpopulation. Overpopulation in large cities causes traffic congestion and housing shortages. Participation. Active participation in local cleanup activities leads to the creation of a livable city. Penetration. We have developed a unique strategy to successfully penetrate new markets. Perforation. I carefully cut the ticket along the perforations. Permutation. In math class, we calculated permutations, which are combinations of different elements. Perspiration. He had been walking in the heat for a long time, and large beads of perspiration were forming on his forehead. Perturbation. The sudden change in plans caused great perturbation among the members. Plantation. They own a vast coffee plantation. Polarization. Political differences of opinion are intensifying, and society as a whole is becoming increasingly polarized. Pollination. Honeybees not only carry nectar from flowers, but also play an important role in helping plants pollinate. Population. The city's population has grown rapidly in recent years. Precipitation. The weather forecaster predicted a high probability of precipitation tomorrow afternoon. Preoccupation. He is preoccupied with his new project and has strong preoccupations with his surroundings. Preparation. He made careful preparations for tomorrow's important presentation. Presentation. She gave a good presentation. Preservation. Preservation of historical buildings is essential to pass on culture to future generations. Privation. During wartime, many people had to endure privation in the form of shortages of food and clothing. Probation. He is on probation and reports regularly to his supervisor. Proclamation. The king made a proclamation to the people, heralding the beginning of a new era. Procrastination. The habit of procrastinating and putting off homework should be broken early on. Proliferation. Preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons is a top global security priority. Pronunciation. She listens to native speakers every day to practice accurate English pronunciation. Propagation. The Internet has made it possible for information to spread rapidly. Provocation. It is important to remain calm and not react to unfair provocations from others. Publication. His latest novel is scheduled for publication by a major publisher next month. Punctuation. The use of proper punctuation in writing is essential to convey accurate meaning. Purification. Large-scale water purification plants were built to make the river water drinkable. Qualification. He has the necessary professional qualifications for the job. Quotation. His speech was peppered with quotes from famous philosophers. Radiation. At the hospital, radiation therapy was administered to kill the cancer cells. Ramification. Careful consideration should be given to what ramifications the decision may bring about in the future. Ratification. After being ratified and approved by the Parliament, the international treaty finally came into effect. Rationalization. Not wanting to admit his failure, he repeatedly resorted to unreasonable rationalizations. Recitation. She took to the stage and gave a masterful recitation of a famous poem. Recommendation. With strong recommendations from his mentor, he began his career as a researcher. Reconciliation. After years of conflict, the two countries have finally reached a historic reconciliation. Recreation. Going camping with his family on the weekend is his favorite recreation. Recrimination. Recrimination ensued within the team, with members blaming each other for the cause of the failure. Reformation. In order to eliminate social inequality, fundamental reformation of the current system is necessary. Refrigeration. Proper refrigeration equipment is essential to keeping food fresh. Refutation. He provided a perfect refutation of his opponent's claims, based on scientific data. Registration. After purchasing a new car, I registered it at the City Hall. Regulation. For safety reasons, strict speed regulations are in place within this area. Rehabilitation. In order to recover from his injury, he worked hard at rehabilitation at a specialized facility. Reincarnation. He believes in reincarnation, the idea that the soul is reborn in another body after death. Rejuvenation. A trip to a hot spring has a rejuvenating effect, refreshing the tired body and mind. Relation. He and I have a deeper relationship than just being coworkers. Relaxation. Soaking in a hot spring on the weekend is the ultimate relaxation for him. Remuneration. He should receive adequate remuneration for his considerable contributions. Renovation. The 50-year-old house was renovated into a modern home with the latest amenities. Renunciation. He declared the renunciation of violence to demonstrate his strong belief in peace. Reorganization. In order to improve operational efficiency, the company decided to reorganize its entire organization. Reparation. Large amounts of reparation were paid to countries affected by the war. Repatriation. With the end of the conflict, the repatriation of thousands of refugees has begun. Replication. To confirm the reliability of the experiment, the results were replicated by other research teams. Representation. The organization serves as a representation for the voices of local residents. Repudiation. He has issued a formal repudiation of his past radical statements. Reputation. The restaurant has a great reputation not only for its delicious food, but also for its excellent service. Reservation. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for the weekend by phone in advance. Resignation. He took responsibility for the scandal and announced his resignation from his position as president. Respiration. After strenuous exercise, respiration becomes rapid and heart rate increases. Restoration. Restoration of historical buildings requires the reproduction of the techniques used at the time. Resuscitation. Paramedics immediately attempted cardiopulmonary resuscitation on the man who had collapsed. Retaliation. The other country warned that it would take strong retaliation measures in response to the tariff hike. Retardation. Wall materials containing flame-retardant compounds are effective in retarding the spread of fire. Revelation. The startling revelation about his past caused a stir. Revitalization. A revitalization project led by local residents has been launched to bring vitality back to the shopping district. Revocation. Due to serious traffic violations, his driver's license was revoked. Rotation. The rotation of the Earth creates the cycle of day and night. Salvation. When he was at his lowest point in life, he found salvation through volunteer work. Sanitation. In developing countries, there is an urgent need to improve sanitation. Saturation. The market is already saturated with similar services, making it difficult for new entrants to enter. Sedation. To ease the patient's anxiety, appropriate sedation was administered before surgery. Segmentation. Companies segmented the market and developed targeted advertising. Segregation. The country once had a strict policy of racial segregation. Sensation. The new singer's debut song caused a huge sensation in the music industry. Separation. Proper separation of waste is important for resource recycling. Simulation. Astronauts conduct numerous emergency simulations before launch. Situation. I am in a difficult situation now. Socialization. Through group life at school, children learn socialization as members of society. Solicitation. The charity was soliciting donations from passers-by on the street. Sophistication. The design exudes urban sophistication within its simplicity. Specification. The design drawings include detailed specifications of the materials to be used. Speculation. There is a lot of speculation about the reasons for his resignation. Stagnation. In order to overcome economic stagnation, the government has launched new investment promotion measures. Starvation. Drought has led to severe food shortages, putting many people at risk of starvation. Station. Every morning, he takes the nearest subway station to work. Stimulation. Living in a new environment was a great mental stimulation for him. Stipulation. The contract contains important stipulations that require deadlines to be met. Substantiation. His hypothesis still lacks sufficient substantiation and requires further experimentation. Summation. At the end of the trial, the lawyers gave an impressive summation of the evidence to date. Taxation. A fair taxation system is essential to maintaining public services. Telecommunication. In modern society, the development of telecommunication infrastructure is extremely important. Termination. In the event of breach of contract, the employee will be notified of immediate termination of the contract. Toleration. Modern society requires a spirit of toleration, where diverse values are recognized. Transformation. The introduction of digital technology is bringing about a dramatic transformation of business models. Translation. He has translated famous foreign novels and made them bestsellers. Transportation. In urban areas, public transportation such as trains and buses is highly developed. Trepidation. Before his first overseas posting, he felt both excitement and a little trepidation. Tribulation. He overcame numerous tribulations and finally made his dream come true. Unification. In order to achieve economic stability, neighboring countries are moving forward with the unification of their currencies. Urbanization. Rapid urbanization has led to serious problems such as traffic congestion and air pollution. Usurpation. The dictator usurped power without due process. Vacation. He left his busy daily life behind and spent a week on vacation on a southern island. Vaccination. Vaccinations were implemented for all citizens. Vacillation. Due to his vacillation, the negotiations did not progress smoothly. Validation. Further data validation is needed to prove the theory's accuracy. Valuation. An expert conducted an asset valuation of the antique furniture. Variation. Even if it is the same song, changing the conductor can result in great variation in the performance. Vegetation. The island is covered with lush vegetation typical of tropical regions. Ventilation. As a countermeasure against viruses, it is recommended to improve the ventilation in the room. Verification. To enhance security, fingerprint verification is required when logging in. Vibration. The smartphone's vibration function allowed me to notice the incoming call even in a quiet place. Vindication. The acquittal was the ultimate vindication for him, clearing away years of doubt. Violation. Entering someone else's property without permission is a violation of the law. Vocation. He has a strong sense of mission in teaching and believes it to be his vocation. Recreational. The park is an important recreational area for local residents. Conservationist. As a conservationist, he works to protect the habitats of endangered species. Probationary. There is a 3-month probationary period before being hired as a permanent employee. Stationary. Due to the traffic jam, the car remained stationary for more than 30 minutes. Stationary. He bought his favorite stationery to go with his new planner. Relationship. Their good relationship has lasted for many years. Nationwide. A nationwide advertising campaign was launched to coincide with the launch of the new product. Impatience. As he waited for the delayed bus, he looked at his watch repeatedly, his impatience building. Patience. Successful fishing requires patience, waiting quietly until the prey is caught. Impatient. He became increasingly impatient when the person didn't show up at the appointed time. Patient. He continued to work patiently and finally passed the difficult exam. Impatiently. He was impatiently waiting for his friend who was late for their appointment. Patiently. He got in line and patiently waited his turn. Congratulations. His friends offered him congratulations after he passed the exam. Telecommunications. In modern society, the development of telecommunications infrastructure is key to economic growth. Audacious. He monopolized the market with an audacious strategy that no one had ever thought of. Capacious. His capacious memory enabled him to memorize vast amounts of data. Efficacious. This new drug has proven to be more efficacious for certain diseases than conventional treatments. Fallacious. His argument sounds correct at first glance, but it is based on logically fallacious reasoning. Gracious. No matter how busy she is, she always maintains a gracious attitude towards her customers. Herbaceous. The plant has a herbaceous nature with soft, non-woody stems. Loquacious. He is very loquacious, and once he starts talking he can't stop. Ostentatious. He drives around in an ostentatious gold-plated car to show off his wealth. Salacious. The weekly magazine boosted sales by publishing salacious rumors about the private lives of celebrities. Sebaceous. During puberty, the sebaceous glands become more active, making skin problems more likely to occur. Spacious. The newly built apartment building has large windows and is very spacious. Tenacious. He continued to negotiate tenaciously, and finally won a favorable contract. Vivacious. Her vivacious personality has the power to brighten and cheer up those around her. Voracious. He is a voracious reader, consuming at least 5 books a week. Ostentatiously. He ostentatiously wore expensive watches to show off his wealth. Tenaciously. Even in the face of adversity, he tenaciously stuck to his beliefs. Glacier. Due to global warming, the huge polar glaciers are beginning to melt rapidly. Cretaceous. Most dinosaurs became extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, about 66 million years ago. Emaciated. As a result of prolonged starvation, the animal was severely emaciated. Emaciate. The long famine had left the children in the village extremely emaciated. Ingratiate. He used skillful flattery to ingratiate himself with his superiors. Ratio. The school has an ideal teacher-to-student ratio. Beta. The software is currently in beta testing to iron out any bugs before it is released to the public. Data. The data from this experiment is accurate. Debatable. Whether the new policy is truly effective is debatable even among experts. Database. He created a new customer database. Fatalism. He believes in fatalism, that fate cannot be changed, and thinks that effort is futile. Fatally. The driver was fatally injured in the accident and died in hospital. Elated. He got into his first-choice university and went home feeling elated. Inflated. The recent rise in prices has inflated the cost of living. Plated. The luxurious watch is plated with 18K gold. Belatedly. He belatedly realized his mistake, but it was already too late. Fatal. The pilot's slight error in judgment led to a fatal accident. Natal. She visited her natal small village for the first time in 20 years. Prenatal. To ensure the health of her baby, the mother underwent regular prenatal checkups. Ultimatum. The government issued an ultimatum to the rebels to lay down their arms or face attack. Verbatim. She recorded verbatim what the witnesses said. Latency. There is a need for technology that can minimize latency in computer networks. Blatant. His excuse was a blatant lie that was obvious to everyone. Latent. With proper training, his latent talent was brought to fruition. Blatantly. The politician blatantly lied to the public. Hiatus. The popular band has finally announced their reunion after a hiatus of 10 years. Latest. He is always up to date with the latest fashions and is very sensitive to trends. Daytime. He works the night shift, so he sleeps during the day. Cater. The restaurant is flexible in catering to the needs of vegetarian customers. Crater. There are large craters on the surface of the moon, formed by the impact of countless meteorites. Curator. The museum curator explained the history of the paintings on display. Dictator. The country had been under the oppressive rule of a dictator for many years. Equator. Countries close to the equator experience high temperatures and humidity throughout the year. Freighter. A huge freighter carrying thousands of containers arrived at the port. Later. I'm busy right now, so we'll talk more about that later. Traitor. He sold secret national information to the enemy and was arrested as a traitor. Translator. As a professional translator, he translates foreign novels into Japanese. Waiter. The restaurant waiter took our order and brought the food efficiently. Caterer. We hired a reputable caterer to prepare the food for the party. Catering. She runs a catering company that provides food for parties and weddings. Dictatorship. In history class, we learned about the military dictatorship that once ruled the country. Belated. I was busy and forgot, but I gave her a belated birthday present. Dated. The hotel's interior gave the impression of being a bit dated. Interrelated. Environmental issues and economic development are intricately interrelated. Related. Police believe the two cases are related to each other. Unrelated. It turns out that the rumor was completely unrelated to the current incident. Mating. In spring, many animals become active as mating season begins. Rating. The film received very high ratings from audiences. Weighting. When calculating grades, final exams are weighted more heavily than midterm exams. Creative. He has a very creative perspective that is not bound by existing concepts. Native. She is a native speaker of English. Vegetative. He suffered severe brain damage in the accident and is currently in a vegetative state. Weighty. He carries a weighty responsibility for the future of the country on his shoulders. Potato. I ate a potato for dinner. Tomato. He harvested large, ripe, bright red tomatoes from his vegetable garden. Patronize. He pretended to be kind, but in reality he behaved in a patronizing manner. Hatred. There is deep hatred between the two countries due to past tragedies. Matron. The hospital's veteran matron is deeply respected by the younger nurses. Patron. He is known as a patron of young artists. Waitress. She works as a waitress at a local diner to pay for her studies. Matrix. In mathematics, calculating matrices, which are arrangements of multiple numbers, is very important. Matriarch. The large family is headed by a 90-year-old matriarch. Patriarch. As the patriarch of the family, he plays a central role in family gatherings. Patriotism. He has a strong sense of patriotism and is proud to work for the development of his country. Compatriot. I met a compatriot by chance in a foreign land and we had a great time talking about our hometowns. Patriot. He is a true patriot who loves his country deeply and stands up in times of crisis. Expatriate. When his company sent him overseas, he left Japan and became an expatriate living in France. Repatriate. After the conflict ended, the government began repatriating its citizens who had fled abroad. Pathos. The final scene of the film exudes a deep sense of pathos that moves the viewer to tears. Plaything. He shouldn't treat other people's emotions like his plaything. Atheist. He is an atheist who does not believe in the existence of God, but he respects the beliefs of others. Naval. The city has historically played an important role as a naval base. Navel. Some varieties of oranges have a navel-like bottom. Craven. He talks big, but in reality he often behaves cravenly. Haven. The quiet island has become a haven for people looking to escape the hustle and bustle of the city. Maven. He is known as a maven in the IT industry and serves as an advisor to many companies. Raven. In Norse mythology, ravens are considered to be symbols of wisdom and serve the gods. Affidavit. He submitted a signed affidavit to the court attesting to the veracity of his testimony. Aver. He averred his innocence and showed his determination to fight the case to the end in court. Disfavor. The new policy was disfavored and criticized by many citizens. Favor. She readily agreed to a small favor that a colleague asked her to do. Flavor. Adding this spice gives a unique flavor to your dish. Savor. He took his time to savor each sip of the finest wine. Waiver. Signing an injury waiver before participating in a sporting event. Waver. He couldn't decide which path to take, and his mind wavered violently. Favorable. Market research has yielded very favorable responses to the new product. Favorable. Market research has yielded very favorable responses to the new product. Unfavorable. The match continued under unfavorable conditions due to a sudden rain shower. Unfavorable. The match continued under unfavorable conditions due to a sudden rain shower. Favorably. The new proposal was very favorably received by the board. Favoritism. Favoritism, where a leader shows favoritism only to certain subordinates, lowers morale in the organization. Flavoring. This candy is flavored with natural vanilla and has a wonderful aroma. Unwavering. He had an unwavering determination to stick to his beliefs, even in the face of opposition from those around him. Favorite. Of all the books he has, this old adventure novel is his favorite. Bravery. His bravery in rescuing a child from a burning house was widely reported in the newspapers. Savory. The restaurant is popular for its savory meat dishes seasoned with herbs. Slavery. In history class, we learned about the tragedy of unjust slavery. Favored. He is the manager's favorite player and is always selected as a starting player. Craving. When I'm tired from work, I get hit by an overwhelming craving for something sweet. Engraving. He had his name and the date engraved on the back of the gold watch. Paving. In order to improve the city's landscape, work has begun to repair the old cobblestone paving. Saving. He saves a portion of his salary every month to fund his dreams for the future. Shaving. To keep himself well-groomed, he makes sure to shave in front of the mirror every morning. Slavish. Slavish imitation without originality cannot be called true art. Gravy. The roast beef was served with a generous amount of gravy. Navy. He proudly attended the ceremony dressed in his Navy uniform. Caveat. The contract contains important caveats regarding future price fluctuations. Aviary. Colorful tropical birds fly about in the zoo's large aviary. Aviator. He had been fascinated by the sky since he was a child and eventually became an accomplished aviator. Behavior. His gentlemanly behavior made a very good impression on those around him. Misbehavior. His teacher severely reprimanded him for his inappropriate misbehavior in the classroom. Savior. He was like a savior for the team when they were in a difficult situation. Behavioral. In my psychology class, we studied human behavioral patterns. Behavioral. In my psychology class, we studied human behavioral patterns. Haywire. A system malfunction caused the factory's machines to go haywire. Wayward. He has a wayward personality and often causes trouble for those around him. Liaison. He acts as a liaison between the two departments, ensuring smooth information sharing. Appraisal. The company conducts an appraisal once a year to fairly evaluate the performance of all employees. Hazel. Her hazel eyes appear brown or green depending on the light. Nasal. His voice sounds a little nasal because he has a cold and his nose is stuffy. Hazelnut. This chocolate contains aromatic roasted hazelnuts. Brazen. He was very brazen in lying in broad daylight. Emblazon. The team's flag is emblazoned with a crest that embodies the team's pledge to win. Laser. He is studying laser technology. Razor. He used a razor to shave. Lackadaisical. His lackadaisical attitude is lowering team morale. Amazing. The beautiful melody she plays on the piano leave everyone who listens feeling amazing. Blazing. Staying hydrated is essential under the blazing summer sun. Grazing. In the vast pastures, cows are leisurely grazing. Crazy. He is so enthusiastic about his new project idea that people around him think he is crazy. Hazy. It's foggy this morning, and the mountains in the distance look hazy. Lazy. I like to spend Sunday afternoons lazy at home without going out anywhere. Gymnasium. After school, the students gathered in the gymnasium to practice basketball. Brazier. In the past, people would gather around a brazier filled with charcoal to keep warm. Aphasia. As a result of the stroke, he developed aphasia and was unable to remember words properly. Euthanasia. In modern medicine, the question of whether or not to perform euthanasia is an extremely difficult ethical issue. Occasional. Although he is usually busy, he spends occasional holidays with his family. Abrasion. He fell off his bike and suffered a minor abrasion on his knee, but it healed quickly. Equation. I had trouble solving quadratic equations on my math exam. Evasion. When asked a question that got to the heart of the matter, he used his skillful speaking skills to evade the question. Invasion. The invasion of a country's territory by a foreign military force is a serious violation of international law. Occasion. To celebrate his 60th birthday, we arranged for the whole family to get together for a special occasion. Persuasion. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to participate in the project. Suasion. People's awareness should be changed through moral persuasion and exhortation, not through coercion by force. Occasionally. I usually eat at home, but occasionally I enjoy eating out. Afraid. He is afraid of dark places and always sleeps with the lights on at night. Aid. International aid is being sent in one after another to support the disaster-stricken areas. Aid. The president's close aide gave a detailed explanation at a press conference. Arcade. By walking through the arcade in the shopping district, you can enjoy shopping without getting wet, even on rainy days. Blade. The blade of the knife is sharply sharpened, and it can cut paper easily. Blockade. The Navy built blockades to blockade enemy ports, stopping the flow of supplies. Braid. She had long hair neatly braided and held in place with a ribbon. Brigade. A fire brigade quickly arrived at the scene and began extinguishing the fire. Brocade. The historical costume was decorated with luxurious brocade, using gold thread. Cascade. The water flowing down the mountain slope formed small cascades and slid down the rock face. Charade. Their friendship was nothing more than a charade to deceive those around them. Crusade. She is on a crusade to reduce plastic use in order to protect the environment. Decade. Over the past decade, he has grown his business globally. Degrade. Once plastic waste ends up in the ocean, it takes a long time for it to degrade naturally. Dissuade. His friends tried to dissuade him from quitting his job. Evade. He used his clever language to skillfully evade sharp questions from reporters. Fade. Because I had placed it in a sunny spot, the color of the curtains completely faded. Glade. We went deeper into the forest and came to a quiet glade where sunlight streamed in. Grade. He got the highest grades in all his subjects and won a scholarship. Grenade. Before the attack, the special forces threw grenades to confuse the enemy. Invade. News spread across the country that enemy forces had crossed the border and invaded. Jade. She treasures a necklace of deep green jade that she inherited from her grandmother. Laid. When he got home tired, he immediately laid his bag on the floor. Made. This furniture is made by hand by artisans and is a sturdy product. Masquerade. He continued to hide his true feelings and masquerade as a friendly neighbor. Paid. When he finished his meal at the restaurant, he paid for it using the app on his smartphone. Palisade. To prevent invaders from entering, the villagers erected a palisade of sharp stakes around the settlement. Parade. A huge victory parade was held down the main street to celebrate the winning team. Persuade. She persuaded her parents to allow her to study abroad. Pervade. With the arrival of spring, the sweet fragrance of flowers pervaded the entire garden. Promenade. At dusk, many people were enjoying a stroll along the seaside promenade. Raid. Police carried out a surprise raid on a crime gang hideout last night. Shade. To avoid the strong sunlight, we rested in the shade under a large tree. Staid. He has a very staid personality and rarely jokes. Tirade. He launched into a fierce tirade for over 30 minutes in response to a subordinate's mistake. Trade. The city has long flourished as a trade center for silken spices. Unpaid. He has a lot of unpaid debt and is struggling to pay it off. Upgrade. He upgraded his computer's memory to improve his work efficiency. Wade. He waded slowly through knee-deep water to cross the river. Trademark. Its bright blue logo is a well-known trademark of the company. Lathe. The craftsman skillfully operated the lathe, carving metal rods into precision parts. Unscathed. The car was completely destroyed, but fortunately the driver was rescued unscathed. Chafe. My heels are chafe and painful after walking for a long time in tight shoes. Safe. This is a very safe place. Unsafe. The old bridge had structural problems and was deemed unsafe for traffic. Wave. On a stormy night, he rescued a skinny boy who looked like a waif shivering in front of the gate. Safeguard. We have strict rules to safeguard personal privacy. Safely. Despite the severe storm, the plane landed safely at the airport. Safety. Safety is the most important. Plague. In medieval Europe, plagues raged and many lives were lost. Vague. His memory was vague and he couldn't recall any details about the day of the incident. Vaguely. I feel like I've met him somewhere before, but my memory is vague. Age. He is the same age as me. Assuage. Her kind words provided some assuage to his deep sorrow. Cage. A lion was lying leisurely in a large cage at the zoo. Disengage. He disengaged from complicated relationships and enjoyed time alone. Engage. He is deeply engaged in a new project and is busy every day. Enrage. His irresponsible remarks enraged all the staff working on site. Gauge. The reporter conducted a street survey to gauge the trends in public opinion. Page. Open the next page of the book. Rage. He felt a great rage at being betrayed by a friend he trusted. Sage. He is respected by the villagers as a sage with a wealth of experience and deep wisdom. Stage. She took her first steps as a singer and stood on a big stage for the first time. Upstage. The supporting actors' excellent performances upstaged the main characters. Wage. Labor unions are demanding wage increases to keep up with rising prices. Stagecoach. In 19th-century America, the stagecoach was the primary means of long-distance transportation. Engagement. They invited their relatives to an engagement party. Aged. The aged cheese tastes delicious. Engaged. He is currently deeply engaged in a new project. Enraged. He protested in a fierce and enraged manner against the unreasonable demands. Ache. Long hours of desk work cause a dull ache in the back and lower back. Awake. He stayed up late into the night to finish his unfinished report. Bake. Her hobby is baking cookies and cakes for children on the weekends. Brake. The car in front of him suddenly stopped, so he quickly slammed on the brakes. Break. In between long hours of work, I decided to take a short break and have a cup of coffee. Cake. I ate a birthday cake with my family. Fake. The bag looks genuine, but it's actually a well-crafted fake. Flake. Outside the window, large flakes of snow are falling quietly. Forsake. He decided to forsake a secure position in order to stick to his beliefs. Lake. The surface of the lake in the morning was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountains. Make. He fixed the broken toy and made it work again. Mistake. I made a careless mistake on the test. Opaque. This window glass is opaque, meaning you can't see inside from the outside. Partake. Guests enjoyed taking part in a traditional local festival. Quake. A sudden loud quake caused people to panic and hide under tables. Rake. It becomes a daily routine to rake the fallen leaves in the garden. Sake. I did it for you for your own sake. Shake. He introduced himself by shaking hands vigorously with people he met for the first time. Snake. He was surprised to see a snake in the grass. Stake. The company's future has a stake in the project's success. Steak. To celebrate his birthday, he ordered the biggest steak at the restaurant. Take. In order to get to my destination quickly, I decided to take the least crowded route. Wake. He has a habit of waking up every morning to the chirping of birds. Breakup. After overcoming a breakup with her longtime boyfriend, she began walking a new path. Makeup. Before going out, she carefully adjusted her makeup in front of the mirror. Takeoff. The plane is waiting at the end of the runway for takeoff clearance. Breakdown. The sudden breakdown of the machine halted production. Stakeholder. For the project to be successful, it is essential to reach a consensus with all stakeholders. Takeover. The giant corporation launched a hostile takeover of its rival. Makeshift. During disasters, makeshift beds made from cardboard were provided in evacuation centers. Breakthrough. Scientists have made a historic breakthrough in cancer treatment. Ail. He has recently been suffering from an ailment of unknown origin. Ill. After work, he stopped off at the pub and quenched his thirst with a cold ale. Assail. A violent storm assailed the ship, and the crew struggled to hold on. Avail. He tried desperately to persuade him, but to no avail. Bail. The court granted bail to the defendants on condition that they pay a large amount of bail. Bale. On the ranch, bales of dried grass were piled up to be used as winter feed for the cows. Curtail. Budget shortfalls have forced the government to drastically curtail its public works program. Dale. When the fog cleared, a beautiful green dale spread out before us. Derail. An unexpected problem derailed the new product development plan. Detail. He reported the circumstances of the incident in great detail. Email. I sent him an email. Entail. Taking on that great responsibility will entail many difficulties. Exhale. During yoga, I relax by taking time to slowly exhale. Fail. No matter how much preparation you do, there will be times when you fail, but it's important to learn from those experiences. Flail. Nearly drowning, he flailed his arms and legs in a desperate plea for help. Frail. Her grandmother has recently become frail and needs help walking. Gale. A strong gale blew last night, and an old tree in the garden fell over. Grail. For scientists, unraveling this mystery is the ultimate goal. Hail. A sudden storm brought hail the size of golf balls. Hail. Although he is over 80 years old, he is still so hale that he never misses his morning walk. Inhale. I took a deep breath and inhaled the fresh forest air. Jail. The man was arrested for theft and spent several months in jail. Mail. I checked the mail for today. Male. The male of the bird has very beautiful plumage to attract females. Nail. He used a nail to secure a frame for a family photo to the wall. Pail. She took a plastic pail and collected seashells on the beach. Pale. He seemed unwell and his complexion was very pale. Prevail. After much debate, reason ultimately prevailed and an agreement was reached. Quail. He was so overwhelmed by his strict boss's anger that he instinctively quailed. Rail. He held on to the rail for safety as he descended the stairs. Sail. They sailed across the sea by boat. Sale. The store is having a sale now. Scale. The project is being carried out on an unprecedented scale. Snail. In the garden after the rain, a small snail was moving slowly across the leaves. Stale. I left the bag open so the bread became stale. Tail. When the owner returned home, the dog greeted him by wagging its tail happily. Tale. The old man told me a mysterious tale that he had once experienced at sea. Trail. We followed a narrow trail through the forest to the waterfall. Travail. After years of travail, he finally wrote his autobiography. Unveil. The automaker plans to unveil a new electric vehicle at the show next month. Veil. When the fog cleared, a beautiful lush green veil spread out before us. Veil. The bride, wearing a white veil, walked quietly to the altar of the church. Wail. The baby's loud wail echoed through the quiet residential area at night. Whale. From the boat, we were able to see a huge whale spouting water up close. Bailout. The government decided to provide a bailout using huge amounts of public funds to major banks that were on the verge of bankruptcy. Baleful. He cast a baleful gaze at his rival. Ailment. He continues to work despite suffering from a chronic back ailment. Curtailment. The severe economic downturn has forced many companies to make budget cuts. Stalemate. The two sides' positions were at odds, and negotiations reached a stalemate. Failsafe. It has a failsafe. Maelstrom. He was caught up in the maelstrom of political turmoil and his life changed forever. Frailty. Although he feels the frailty of his body due to old age, he never misses his daily walk. Railway. This railway, which runs through mountainous areas, is famous for the beautiful scenery it offers from the windows. Detailed. He compiled the results of his investigation into a very detailed report. Failed. The operation failed, but a valuable lesson was learned. Details. He never compromised on even the smallest details when writing his reports. Sales. Due to aggressive promotional activities for new products, sales increased significantly this fiscal year. Salesman. A skilled salesman not only emphasizes the appeal of the product, but also listens to the customer's concerns. Salesperson. At that store, salespeople provide careful advice to each and every customer. Salespeople. Good salespeople have an accurate understanding of their customers' needs. Acclaim. His latest film has received high acclaim from critics around the world. Aim. He practices hard every day with the lofty aim of winning a gold medal. Blame. He doesn't do something cowardly like blaming others for his own failures. Claim. She strongly claimed primary credit for the discovery. Dame. In recognition of her many years of contribution to society, she was awarded the title of Dame by the British royal family. Declaim. He stood center stage and eloquently declaimed lines from a classic play. Defame. Spreading unfounded rumors and defaming others can be punished by law. Disclaim. The company disclaimed responsibility for accidents caused by misuse of its products. Exclaim. Seeing the beautiful sight before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fame. He achieved worldwide fame at a young age, but he remained humble. Flame. The orange flame of the campfire lit a warm glow in the darkness. Frame. I put my favorite photo in a frame. Game. We played a heated game of tennis. Inflame. His inflammatory speech inflamed the crowd's anger. Lame. He injured his leg, which left him lame, and he walks with a cane. Maim. Landmines laid during the war continue to maim many civilians even today. Name. What is your name? Proclaim. The president formally proclaimed to the nation that the new law would come into effect. Reclaim. A project has begun to reclaim land that has been reclaimed for development as natural forest again. Same. I share the same opinion as him and fully support this proposal. Shame. He felt deeply ashamed of his mistake and decided to apologize. Tame. It's not easy to tame such a wild horse, but he built up its trust over time. Chamber. The king made important decisions in a secret chamber, deep within the castle. Shameful. The scandal was a shameful incident that tarnished the reputation of the entire organization. Aimless. He had no goals for the future and had been living an aimless life for several months. Nameless. The old cemetery is lined with the graves of nameless people buried in history. Shameless. Rather than admitting his mistake, he repeatedly made shameless excuses. Gamely. Although he was injured, he fought gamely to the end. Namely. I have one problem to solve. Namely, a lack of funding. Framework. The basic framework for building a new business model has been completed. Acclaimed. His latest work has been highly acclaimed by critics. Aimed. This program is primarily aimed at beginners. Ashamed. He regretted his lie so much that he was ashamed and could not hold his head up. Famed. The restaurant is run by a world-famous chef. Inflamed. The wound has become inflamed by bacterial infection and is red and swollen. Abstain. For the sake of his health, he decided to abstain from alcohol and sweets. Arcane. In the ancient documents he found descriptions of arcane rituals that are incomprehensible to modern man. Arraign. The suspect was called to court and arraigned on the charge of theft. Ascertain. A detailed investigation has been launched to ascertain the exact cause of the accident. Attain. After many years of hard work, he finally attained the title of world champion. Bane. The acute water shortage in the region is the biggest bane for farmers. Brain. He has an extremely clear brain that can perform complex calculations instantly. Campaign. Environmental groups are launching a global campaign to reduce plastic waste. Cane. My grandfather's legs have become weak, so he always uses a cane when he goes out. Chain. To prevent his bicycle from being stolen, he secured it to a post with a strong chain. Champagne. To celebrate the victory, the whole team opened a bottle of champagne and toasted. Cocaine. The film depicts the tragic effects that drugs such as cocaine have on society. Complain. Even when he was dissatisfied, he never complained and continued working silently. Constrain. A lack of budget constrained the size of new projects. Contain. This drink contains a wealth of vitamins that are effective in relieving fatigue. Crane. At the construction site, a huge crane was lifting heavy materials. Detain. Police detained the man for questioning as a material witness. Disdain. He adopted a derisive, disdainful attitude toward the efforts of others. Domain. A domain name on the internet is like a website address. Drain. Heavy rain caused the roads to flood, making it necessary to clean the drains. Entertain. He entertained the party guests with his skillful storytelling and magic tricks. Explain. The teacher used diagrams to clearly explain how light refracts. Feign. Feign willing to face hardships to defend his beliefs. Feign. To avoid being scolded, he pretended to have a stomach ache and stayed home from school. Gain. He was able to gain valuable experience and knowledge through his new job. Germane. In meetings, only opinions germane to the current topic are sought. Grain. I felt a strong determination not to waste even a single grain of desert sand. Humane. He treats animals in a very humane way, and is respected by those around him. Inane. He kept telling inane jokes to relieve the boredom. Insane. The plan is so reckless that those around him think it is insane. Lane. To avoid the traffic jam, he changed to a bus that runs in a bus lane. Legerdemain. In a brilliant legerdemain, the magician made the coin disappear right before the audience's eyes. Main. That is the main reason for this plan. Maintain. A balanced diet and sleep are essential to maintaining good health. Mane. Male lions maintain their dignity by having a magnificent mane. Mundane. He dreams of adventure, but in reality he is busy with mundane office work every day. Obtain. Obtaining personal information about others without their permission is prohibited by law. Ordain. After many years of training, he was officially ordained as a priest. Pain. He hit his knee hard when he fell and felt a sharp pain. Pain. The children were playing ball in the garden when the window pane broke. Pertain. This rule pertains to all visitors from abroad. Plain. She explained complex theories in plain language that anyone could understand. Plain. A plane is flying in the sky. Preordain. He believes that their meeting here was preordained by fate. Profane. During this sacred ceremony, no profane words are permitted. Rain. It is starting to rain. Refrain. In public places, you should refrain from making phone calls in a loud voice. Regain. Thanks to the rest, he finally regained his strength. Reign. During the king's reign, the country enjoyed unprecedented peace and prosperity. Rein. He held on to his horse's reins and carefully made his way through the forest. Remain. Even after the violent storm has passed, the scars of the storm still remain in the city. Restrain. He felt intense anger, but he restrained himself to remain calm. Retain. Even after the renovation, the old building retains its original beautiful appearance. Sane. He always makes sane decisions no matter how chaotic the situation. Sprain. He sprained his ankle during a tennis match and had to withdraw. Stain. I spilled coffee on my shirt and it left a brown stain. Strain. Long hours of desk work puts a lot of strain on the eyes and lower back. Sustain. He continued to sustain a high pace in the second half of the marathon and made it to the finish line. Terrain. The area's rugged, mountainous terrain makes vehicle travel difficult. Train. I commute by train every morning. Urbane. He is a very urbane gentleman with a refined demeanor and a well-educated personality. Vain. He continued to take on new challenges, unafraid that his efforts would end up being vain. Vane. The vane on the roof was spinning, signaling that the wind was changing direction. Vein. She was carrying such a heavy load that the veins in her arms were visible. Wane. As the night wore on, the excitement of the festival gradually waned. Ancient. The ruins have revealed evidence of advanced technology from an ancient civilization. Brainchild. This groundbreaking app is the brainchild of young engineers. Remainder. He decided to pack the remainder of his meal and have it for lunch tomorrow. Reindeer. For indigenous people living in the Arctic, reindeer are essential for transportation and food. Painful. I twisted my ankle when I fell, and now I feel a painful sensation with every step I take. Rainfall. This summer has seen significantly less rainfall than usual, raising concerns about drought. Mainframe. The huge mainframes that support the bank's core operations operate 24 hours a day. Archangel. In religious art, the Archangel Michael is depicted as defeating evil. Danger. The fog is so thick and visibility is so poor that it is dangerous to drive without extreme caution. Endanger. Reckless driving is an act that endangers not only your own life, but also the lives of those around you. Ranger. Park rangers protect the wildlife within national parks. Stranger. I got lost in a strange place, but a kind stranger helped me. Dangerous. The old bridge is in danger of collapsing, making it very dangerous to cross. Dangerously. The old building is in danger of collapsing and is leaning dangerously. Endangered. Efforts to protect endangered animals continue. Changing. We live in a world that is rapidly changing due to technology. Mangy. A mangy stray cat in the alley became wary of humans and ran away. Painkiller. I had a terrible headache, so I took a painkiller I bought at the pharmacy. Raincoat. In case of a sudden downpour, he had a foldable raincoat tucked away in his bag. Mainly. This magazine is targeted mainly at young women. Plainly. Judging from his expression, it was plainly clear that he was angry. Ungainly. The newborn fawn tried to stand up with ungainly steps. Attainment. In order to achieve one's goals, it is essential to make steady efforts every day. Containment. To prevent the spread of the infection, a containment policy was implemented, which involved sealing off entire areas. Entertainment. The theme park offers the best entertainment for everyone, from children to adults. Gainsay. His theory was backed by overwhelming evidence, and no one could gainsay it. Brainstorming. The entire team engaged in brainstorming to come up with ideas for new products. Brainstorm. The whole team got together to brainstorm ideas for a new advertising campaign. Mainstay. Tourism is the mainstay of the island's economy, and many residents are employed in it. Mainstream. What was once a subculture has now become mainstream in society. Maintenance. Regular maintenance is essential to extend the life of a building. Plaintiff. The plaintiff claims that his or her rights have been violated and seeks damages. Acquaintance. He has made many acquaintances through his work, but few close friends. Painter. The famous painter creates beautiful landscapes with his unique sense of color. Tainted. The politician's reputation was tainted by allegations of illegal donations. Plaintive. The somewhat plaintive cries of birds echoed through the forest at night. Dainty. She took a dainty lace-trimmed handkerchief from her bag. Constrained. Because of the budget constraints, they were forced to change some of their plans. Ingrained. Habits we form in our childhood remain deeply ingrained even in adulthood. Strained. After a lengthy discussion, the atmosphere in the venue became strained. Trained. He is a trained engineer who leads the project. Arrange. He arranged the necessary materials and venue for next week's meeting. Change. I am looking for a change in my life. Estrange. A small misunderstanding caused him to estrange himself from his longtime best friend. Exchange. Students from different cultures deepen mutual understanding by exchanging ideas. Interchange. There is heavy traffic congestion near the interchanges on the expressway due to the long weekend. Mange. The stray dog was suffering from mange and had lost all its hair, making it look painful. Range. This store carries a wide range of products, from affordable to luxury items. Rearrange. I rearranged the furniture over the weekend to redecorate my room. Strange. She became uneasy when she heard strange noises outside in the middle of the night. Strangely. He's usually very talkative, but today he was strangely quiet. Arrangement. In order to create a travel schedule, we proceeded with arranging accommodation and transportation. Deranged. The perpetrator may have committed the crime in a deranged state of mind. Estranged. He has an estranged relationship with his family due to a long-standing feud. Unchanged. I visited my hometown for the first time in 10 years, but the scenery in front of the station was almost unchanged. Painstaking. The artisan spent several months painstakingly completing this beautiful piece of craftsmanship. Acquaint. Having moved to a new place, the first thing you need to do is to acquaint yourself with the people in your neighborhood. Complaint. A complaint arrived from a customer. Constraint. Given the time and budget constraints, they achieved the best results. Faint. He heard faint music in the distance and strained his ears. Faint. The boxer feinted with his left hand, breaking down his opponent's guard. Paint. She painted the wall. Quaint. The village still retains its cobblestone streets and quaint houses. Restraint. He felt the urge to explode in anger, but he maintained the restraint of an adult. Saint. He is like a saint. Taint. The scandal tainted the reputation he had built up over many years. Faintly. I could hear faint music coming from far away. Quaintly. The village houses are lined up quaintly, preserving the old traditions. Agape. Hearing the shocking news, he stood there with his mouth open in shock. Ape. He skillfully imitated the gestures of his friends, making everyone around him laugh. Drape. She gracefully draped silk fabrics as window decorations. Escape. To escape from his busy daily life, he goes to the mountains alone on weekends. Gape. The view before him was so beautiful that he couldn't help but gape in amazement. Scape. Outside the window, a beautiful winter landscape spread out before me, making me forget the hustle and bustle of the city. Scrape. He scraped the frozen windshield of his car with a plastic sheet. Shape. The potter skillfully manipulated the rotating clay to create the beautiful shape of a vase. Tape. She taped the box shut. Scapegoat. He was blamed for the failures and made the organization's scapegoat. Shapely. She achieved her shapely body through hard training. Shaped. In the hands of the craftsman, the clay is transformed into a vessel shaped with beautiful curves. Base. He spent several months collecting data that would form the basis of his theory. Brace. He braced himself for impact and gripped the railing tightly. Case. You should have extra food on hand in case of an emergency. Chase. Police gave chase to the fleeing criminal's car on the highway. Debase. Issuing too much currency leads to debasing its value. Deface. Defacing public buildings with graffiti is severely punished. Disgrace. The scandal was a great disgrace to the family's reputation. Displace. The war forced many people to leave their homes and displace them. Efface. He tried to completely efface the memory of his past failures from his mind. Embrace. They were happy to be reunited after several years and embraced each other with great enthusiasm. Erase. He carefully erased the mistakes in his notebook with an eraser. Face. It is when we are faced with difficult realities that our true worth is tested. Grace. She captivated the audience with her graceful movements. Lace. She decorated the sleeves of her wedding dress with delicate lace detailing. Mace. Carrying self-defense mace is permitted in some areas. Misplace. He misplaced his house key somewhere and couldn't get in. Pace. He walked at a fast pace. Place. The old photograph was taken in a place that holds special memories for him. Race. He won the race. Replace. By replacing old parts with new ones, the machine's performance was restored. Retrace. He retraces the path he came along to find his lost item. Space. We are learning about outer space. Trace. They found a trace of the animal. Vase. She arranged fresh flowers picked from the garden in a crystal vase. Baseball. He has loved baseball since he was a child and plays for a local team on the weekends. Disgraceful. His rude behavior in public was extremely disgraceful. Graceful. Her graceful movements captivated everyone at the party. Spacecraft. The spacecraft broke through the thick atmosphere and headed towards an unknown planet. Graceless. His uncouth and graceless manner made people around him uncomfortable. Basement. He converted the basement of his home into a workshop for his hobby of building things. Displacement. Many people have lost their homes due to flooding and are in a state of displacement. Placement. The impression of a room can change dramatically with just the placement of furniture. Replacement. The light bulb burned out, so I replaced it with a new replacement that I had in stock. Pastry. The crispy texture of freshly baked pastry is irresistible. Chaste. She avoided ostentatious decoration and opted for a chaste style of dress. Distaste. He has a strong distaste for political maneuvering. Haste. As the saying goes, haste makes slow progress. Haste often leads to failure. Paste. To attach the wallpaper, he spread a special paste evenly. Taste. This soup is spicy and has a very deep taste. Waste. Food waste is one of the major challenges in modern society. Tastefully. The hotel lobby was simply but tastefully decorated. Distasteful. He found the inappropriate joke very distasteful. Tasteful. The room was modestly but tastefully furnished. Tasteless. The expensive food looked gorgeous, but in reality it was surprisingly tasteless. Abate. The heavy rain that had been falling for several days has finally started to abate. Await. In the arrival lobby of the new airport, many people are eagerly awaiting the return of their families. Bait. He put some fresh bait on the hook and gently let the line drop. Berate. The boss severely berated the subordinate in front of everyone for a minor mistake. Collate. The clerk collated the scattered documents correctly in numerical order. Conflate. He ended up conflating two different issues which led to confusion. Conjugate. It is fundamental to correctly conjugate verbs with subjects. Crate. The movers packed the fragile china into sturdy wooden crates. Create. Artists find joy in creating new worlds from a blank canvas. Date. He wrote a date on his calendar for a reunion with a dear friend. Debate. There was a fierce debate in Congress over the new tax proposal. Deflate. A nail was stuck in the tire, causing the air to escape and gradually deflate. Desecrate. The act of painting graffiti on the walls of historic temples was condemned as desecrating the sanctuary. Dictate. A powerful leader dictates all the rules of the organization. Dilate. When you enter a dark place, your pupils dilate to let in more light. Elate. The news that he had been accepted into his dream university left him feeling extremely elate. Equate. We should not easily equate having money with being happy. Estate. He inherited a vast estate from his grandfather, including vast tracts of land and a magnificent mansion. Fate. He feels that it was fate that led him to this profession. Fete. A colorful fete was held in the village square to celebrate the harvest. Freight. A huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a large amount of containers. Gait. Due to his injury, he had a slight limp and a peculiar gait. Gate. He opened the gate of the house. Grate. She finished the dish by finely grating Parmesan cheese. Great. Yesterday was a great day. Hate. He has a strong hatred for discrimination and prejudice, and works to create an equal society. Inflate. To inflate the beach ball, he used a pump to inflate it. Innate. She has an innate talent for making those around her smile naturally. Interstate. To cross America, he drove thousands of kilometers on huge interstates. Irate. An irate customer called because the item he ordered hadn't arrived. Late. He is so engrossed in his work that he often stays in the office late into the night. Mate. It is said that once penguins become mates, they will cherish that partner for the rest of their lives. Negate. No matter how great an achievement, one serious mistake can negate its value. Ornate. The ceiling of the palace is decorated with highly ornate carvings made of gold leaf. Overrate. The movie was advertised so heavily that when I actually watched it, I felt it was overrated. Overweight. Doctors warned him about the health risks of being overweight. Pâté. At a French restaurant, he ordered foie gras pâté as an appetizer. Plate. I moved the food to a new plate. Postdate. He wrote a post-dated check for next month to pay his rent. Rate. The country's rate of economic growth is accelerating year by year. Reinstate. He was unfairly fired and was reinstated to his previous position after a lawsuit. Relate. He skillfully related his experiences into a story that anyone could relate to. Remunerate. The company promised to remunerate him with fair compensation for working on holidays. Sate. After walking around all day, he finally sated his hunger with a sumptuous dinner. Sedate. To protect agitated wild animals, veterinarians sedate them with safe medications. Skate. In winter, you can see people enjoying skating on the frozen lake. Slate. The roof of the new building is covered with durable gray slate. Spate. Recently, there have been a spate of burglaries in the area, and residents are on high alert. State. He made an official statement about the new project at a press conference. Straight. Without any hesitation, she looked straight at the other person. Straight. The ship carefully navigated through a narrow strait with land on both sides. Trait. Tenacity is one of his most defining traits. Translate. He translated overseas papers into Japanese and introduced them to Japanese researchers. Underrate. His modest personality leads people to underestimate his true abilities. Update. To always have the latest information, I frequently update my news app. Wait. She sat on a bench at the station and quietly waited for her friend to arrive. Wait. This bridge has a limit on the weight of vehicles that can cross at one time. Skateboard. He practiced his skateboarding in the park and learned new tricks. Gratefully. He gratefully accepted the warm support from his friends. Fateful. This fateful encounter would greatly change the rest of his life. Grateful. I am grateful for your help. Ungrateful. He is an ungrateful man who never says a word of thanks despite the great deal of help he has received. Straightforward. His explanation was very straightforward and easy for anyone to understand. Statehood. After years of negotiations, the territory finally achieved independent statehood. Statecraft. To navigate the complex international situation, leaders are required to have outstanding statecraft. Platelet. Platelets in the blood play an important role in clotting, which stops bleeding. Greatly. He was greatly surprised by the news. Lately. Lately, I've been so busy with work that I barely have time for my hobbies. Stately. The city center is lined with stately buildings built in the 19th century. Restatement. He used restatements to make his point clearer. Statement. He made a statement to the police. Lateness. He sent an email to everyone before the meeting to apologize for his lateness. Statewide. The governor issued a statewide emergency declaration and called for vigilance. Statesman. Even after his retirement, he continues to give advice to younger generations as a wise statesman. Faith. Even in difficult situations, he never lost faith in his friends who supported him. Faithfully. He has worked faithfully for the company for many years and has earned its deep trust. Faithful. For decades he remained faithful to his beloved wife. Behave. He always behaves calmly, no matter how much pressure he is under. Brave. He did a brave thing by jumping into the raging sea and saving a drowning child. Cave. Explorers venture deep into a massive cave that has remained untouched for thousands of years. Concave. The special mirror has a concave surface that focuses light to a single point. Crave. When you're on a strict diet, you might find yourself craving fatty foods from time to time. Deprave. There are concerns that violent content will deprave the minds of young people. Engrave. He had their anniversary engraved on the inside of his wedding ring. Gave. He didn't hesitate to give his food to a stranger in need. Grave. Doctors told his family that his condition was very grave. Knave. In medieval stories, the knave often tries to deceive the protagonist. Lave. She gently laved her exhausted feet in the cool river water. Misbehave. When a child misbehaves in public, the parent's educational policies are called into question. Nave. When you enter the cathedral's nave, you will be overwhelmed by its high ceilings and majestic atmosphere. Pave. The city government decided to pave the old roads with cobblestones to improve walkability. Rave. The film garnered a stream of rave reviews from critics. Save. He saves a little bit of money from his monthly salary to fund his dreams for the future. Slave. He was forced to work like a slave from morning till night for the sake of the company's profits. Stave. The government has announced emergency economic measures to stave off a further economic downturn. Waive. He wanted a quick resolution and waived his right to damages against the other party. Wave. She continued to wave her hands wildly as the ship drifted away. Wavelength. It was my first time meeting him, but our ways of thinking and wavelength match surprisingly well. Bravely. He faced his fear and bravely ran into the burning house. Gravely. The doctor, with a grim expression on his face, gravely informed the patient's family of the patient's condition. Pavement. After the rain, the pavement was shining, reflecting the light from the street lamps. Gravestone. The gravestones in the old church have names inscribed on them that are over 100 years old. Graveyard. The graveyard was quiet and still at night, and there was a mysterious atmosphere. Depraved. He became obsessed with power and gradually began to live a depraved life. Ablaze. Illuminated by the autumn-setting sun, the entire mountain was ablaze with bright red autumn leaves. Amaze. Her incredible memory amazed everyone around her. Praise. Experts carefully appraised the old painting to determine whether it was authentic. Baize. The surface of the billiard table is covered with green baize to regulate friction. Blasé. Perhaps because he has experienced too many luxuries, he has a blasé attitude towards everything. Blaze. During the dry season, wildfires spread in fierce blazes, consuming much of the forest. Craze. The new dance video has sparked an explosive craze among young people. Dais. The winners stepped up to the dais with proud expressions on their faces and gave speeches of thanks. Days. He still fondly recalls the fun days he had as a student. Days. The news was so shocking that it left him in a daze for a while. Phase. No matter how harsh the criticism she received, she never phases and sticks to her own path. Gaze. He gazed intently at the beautiful starry sky outside the window. Glaze. The potter applied glaze to the fired pottery to give it a beautiful luster. Graze. When he fell, he lightly grazed the skin on his knee. Haze. The strong sunlight made the distant mountains disappear into a haze. Maize. Maize was extremely important to ancient civilizations in Central and South America, both as a staple food and as a religious symbol. Malaise. The long-term economic stagnation has spread a vague sense of malaise throughout society. Maze. He became lost in a complex maze made of hedges in a huge garden. Phase. The project is now entering its final and most important phase. Phrase. That phrase is often used in English. Praise. His teacher generously praised him for his tireless efforts and excellent results. Raise. He quietly raised his hand to signal his opinion. Raise. The war razed the historic cityscape, leaving no trace behind. Amazement. His magic was so brilliant that the audience was left speechless with amazement. Praiseworthy. His courageous actions are praiseworthy and deserve the admiration of all citizens. Amazed. She was amazed and surprised by the magnificent view that unfolded before her eyes, and was momentarily speechless. Glazed. The freshly baked donuts are glazed with a sweet sugar glaze. Raised. He tried to keep his voice down and keep the discussion calm. Beige. She chose beige curtains to give the room a light and calming feel. Asexual. Some plants have asexual reproduction, which means they reproduce without pollination. Awe. I felt a sense of awe at the power of nature when I saw the Grand Canyon. Blah. His speech was empty, it was just blah 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 and very boring. Bourgeois. He leads a typical bourgeois lifestyle, boasting about his luxury possessions. Ha! Ha! I've finally found the culprit! He shouted the moment the mystery was solved. Hurrah! When the final whistle blew, the crowd shouted, "Hurrah! Enjoy!" Raw. He felt a strong sting in his mouth because he ate raw onions. Bah. I relaxed at a luxury spa over the weekend to heal my daily fatigue. Improbable. It is statistically highly improbable that he would win the lottery twice. Probable. Judging from the sky and the forecast, it is highly probable that it will rain in the afternoon. Probably. The sky looks suspicious this afternoon, so it will probably rain. Cobble. She cobbled together a dinner quickly using the leftover ingredients. Gobble. He must have been very hungry, as he gobbled down the hamburger in front of him. Hobble. He hurt his leg during the soccer match and hobbled off the pitch. Squabble. The brothers are always squabbling over trivial things like who gets to control the TV remote. Wobble. The old table wobbles at the slightest touch because one of its legs is shorter than the others. Wobbly. The legs of the chair I've used for years have become wobbly, making it a bit scary to sit on. Cobbled. Cobbled streets still remain in the old town areas of Europe. Robin. The song of a robin, signaling the arrival of spring, could be heard from atop a tree in the garden. Clobber. He completely clobbered his rival, and won by an overwhelming margin. Robber. A robber broke into the jewelry store at midnight, but fled immediately when the alarm went off. Slobber. The large dog got a lot of slobber on my clothes because he wanted to play. Corroborate. The police checked the security camera footage to corroborate his eyewitness testimony. Robbery. An armed robbery occurred at a local jewelry store last night. Auburn. She was walking with her auburn hair fluttering and shining beautifully in the sunset. Throbbing. My knee is throbbing with pain because I fell and hit it hard. Snobbish. He has a snobbish attitude, looking down on others because of his educational background. Hobby. I refresh myself by immersing myself in my favorite hobby in between my busy work. Lobby. I waited for the person I was meeting in the hotel's luxurious lobby for a while. Lobbyist. The organization hired an experienced lobbyist to influence the enactment of new laws. Obligate. The contract obligates the company to provide appropriate safety measures for its employees. Problem. It took me 30 minutes to solve the difficult math problem at the end of the test. Oblong. There is a large oblong table in the conference room that can seat about 10 people. Goblin. In old European folklore, goblins that live in caves and play pranks often appear. Macabre. The horror movie had a macabre theme involving corpses and graveyards. Globular. Looking through the microscope, I saw that the cell had a globular shape. Crotchety. That old shopkeeper is always crotchety, but he is actually kind at heart. Armada. An armada of giant warships could be seen approaching from beyond the horizon. Audible. His voice was so low that it was barely audible even though I was sitting in the very front row. Modify. We modified the app's design slightly to meet the user's requests. Prodigy. He plays the piano perfectly at the age of 5 and is called a musical prodigy by those around him. Methodical. He is a very methodical person who plans everything before taking action. Bodily. The impact caused him bodily harm, but fortunately it was not life-threatening. Sodomy. In historical legal codes there were strict provisions prohibiting sodomy. Duodenum. The doctor used an endoscope to examine the condition of the duodenum, located just past the stomach. Odyssey. He returned home after a 10-year world tour, a true odyssey of his life. Commodity. Wheat and oil are among the most important commodities traded on the global market. Oddity. The museum exhibits oddities such as a specimen of a two-headed snake. Product. This factory daily produces the latest electronic products delivered to consumers worldwide. Coddle. If you coddle a child too much, they will not develop a sense of independence. Model. He spent a whole month completing that exquisite plastic model. Remodel. I remodeled the old kitchen to make it easier to use by installing the latest equipment. Waddle. A fat duck waddled toward the pond, swaying its short legs from side to side. Sodden. Caught in a sudden downpour, the discarded coat was heavy and sodden with water. Modest. Even after achieving great success, he maintains a modest attitude and never boasts. Goddamn. He instinctively cursed goddamn at the series of unfortunate events. Fodder. The farmers prepared fodder to feed the cows during the winter. Solder. To repair the broken radio circuit board, I melted solder with a hot iron to join the parts. Moderate. To maintain health, it's more important to continue moderate exercise than overly intense exercise. Moderately. It is important to continue exercising moderately every day to maintain good health. Moderator. The moderator of the panel discussion worked to ensure the debate proceeded smoothly. Doddering. He has become quite elderly and walks with a doddering gait, leaning on a cane. Camaraderie. A strong sense of camaraderie developed among the teammates who endured tough training together. Modernist. The architect is known as a modernist and designs simple buildings with all waste stripped away. Modernize. The old station building was modernized with the introduction of the latest facilities to improve accessibility. Modernism. In the early 20th century, modernism, which rejected tradition and sought new expressions, swept the art world. Modern. The museum is characterized by a very modern design combining glass and steel frames. Prodigal. In his youth, he led a prodigal life, wasting his parents' fortune, but he has since mended his ways. Periodically. An engineer performs inspections periodically to prevent mechanical failures. Periodical. He subscribes to several professional periodicals to get the latest scientific information. Modicum. Even in the most difficult situations, one wants to maintain at least a modicum of human dignity. Episodic. The drama has an episodic structure where each episode is self-contained, so you can enjoy it from any point. Periodic. Periodic inspections by experts are essential to prevent machine failures before they happen. Body. Regular exercise is essential to maintain a healthy body. Embody. The sculpture is so beautiful that it seems to embody the wish for peace itself. Shoddy. The cheap bag had loose stitching and was of very shoddy workmanship. Audience. When the concert ended, the audience stood up and gave generous applause for the wonderful performance. Embodiment. He is said to be the embodiment of courage and indomitable spirit, due to his passionate playing style. Audio. The audio of this recording is very clear. Avocado. She likes to have ripe avocado toast and a fried egg for breakfast. Bravado. He kept making bold statements, but it was merely bravado to hide his fear. Desperado. Old Western movies feature desperados wandering the wilderness to escape the law. Aficionado. He is a classic car aficionado and spends every weekend maintaining his beloved car. Squadron. An Air Force fighter squadron took off from the base to patrol near the border. Bother. When I'm focusing on work, I don't want anyone to bother me. Father. He is my father. Fatherland. Living in a far-off foreign land, he always remembers the skies of his fatherland. Fatherless. The war left many children fatherless, forcing them to lead difficult lives. Esophagus. Food passes from the mouth through the throat and is carried to the stomach through the esophagus by muscle contractions. Sarcophagus. Archaeologists discovered a lavishly carved sarcophagus where an ancient king lay deep within the pyramid. Cacophony. The street was filled with a terrible cacophony of construction noise and car horns. Prophecy. According to old legends, there is a prophecy that a savior will appear to bring peace to this land. Profitable. With the hit of the new product, the company had its most profitable year ever. Awful. It was an awful storm last night, and I couldn't sleep all night because of the sound of the wind. Waffle. He didn't answer the question clearly and continued to waffle with vague words. Profit. The company earned its highest profit ever this term due to the hit of the new product. Prophet. Many prophets who convey the word of God to the people appear in ancient stories. Proffer. He proffered a single rose to her as a sign of reconciliation. Philosophical. He has a philosophical perspective, thinking deeply about the meaning of life. Unprofitable. The company decided to close the unprofitable division that had been in the red for years. Catastrophic. The impact of a massive meteorite would cause catastrophic damage to life on Earth. Coffee. I drink coffee every morning. Saga. The movie series is an epic saga spanning 3 generations of a family. Monogamy. In many modern societies, monogamy, having only one spouse, is the norm. Mahogany. The high-end piano is made of mahogany, which gives off a deep and beautiful luster. Derogatory. He repeatedly made derogatory remarks in public to belittle his rival. Interrogatory. As part of the pretrial process, the lawyer sent a set of interrogatory questions to the opposing party. Prerogative. The president is given the special prerogative to veto bills passed by Congress. Boggle. The vastness of the universe and the number of stars boggle the human mind. Doggerel. He improvised a humorous piece of doggerel to make the children laugh. Foggy. It was a very foggy morning, and I couldn't even see a few meters ahead. Soggy. My socks became soggy after walking in the rain, and it feels very uncomfortable. Biographer. The famous biographer spent several years documenting the president's life. Choreographer. A world-famous choreographer was invited for the new musical. Lexicographer. Lexicographers who compile dictionaries pay close attention to subtle differences in meaning. Photographer. A professional photographer used the latest camera to capture the model's beautiful expression. Autobiography. The former president published an autobiography detailing his life from childhood to retirement from politics. Bibliography. At the end of the report, you need to include a bibliography, which is a list of cited works. Biography. He read Steve Jobs' biography and was moved by his turbulent life. Choreography. The choreography for the idol group's new song is very complex and dynamic. Demography. I analyzed the latest demography data to investigate the effects of the declining birth rate and aging population. Geography. He is good at geography and knows a lot about the locations and climates of countries around the world. Orthography. Learning correct spelling and punctuation is the first step to mastering the orthography of the language. Photography. He is immersed in photography and always goes to the mountains with his camera on weekends. Pornography. Discussions were held regarding restrictions on viewing harmful pornography on the Internet. Topography. The mountain climber thoroughly memorized the complex topography of the area in advance. Typography. In magazine design, typography, which affects readability, is extremely important. Progress. With the development of new technologies, the field of medicine is making progress at an incredible speed. Anthropological. The museum exhibits anthropological materials showing human evolution and cultural diversity. Modular. The furniture has a modular design and can be rearranged to fit the size of the room. Homogeneous. In that scientific experiment, it is necessary to create a homogeneous solution where the ingredients are mixed uniformly. Phylogeny. In biology class, we studied a diagram of phylogeny which shows how species have evolved. Progeny. The progeny of that outstanding racehorse have also won many races. Project. Many experts were gathered to ensure the success of the huge urban development project. Archaeological. There was an important archaeological discovery in the Egyptian desert that clarifies the mysteries of a civilization from thousands of years ago. Biological. She became interested in how living things work and is immersed in researching biological phenomena at university. Chronological. To understand historical events correctly, I created a timeline with events arranged in chronological order. Ecological. We investigated how the development of wetlands affects the ecological balance of the region. Geological. The island was formed by volcanic activity and has very rare geological features. Ideological. There is a deep ideological conflict between the two political parties over the nation's governance policy. Illogical. His argument lacks evidence and contains many illogical leaps, making it hard to accept. Logical. To get your point across, It is important to provide a logical explanation without becoming emotional. Meteorological. Based on meteorological observation data, it is predicted that this summer will be hotter than usual. Morphological. We studied the morphological changes of the plants. Pathological. He has a habit of lying, and it can only be described as a pathological case of lying. Phonological. It is an interesting phonological study. Physiological. Lack of sleep has various physiological effects, such as on brain function and hormonal balance. Psychological. For disaster victims, not only material support, but also appropriate psychological care is necessary. Sociological. The changes in family structures in modern society were analyzed from a sociological perspective. Theological. He is immersed in theological debates at university to deeply study religious doctrines. Logic. The key to a solution is building your logic based on facts without being swayed by emotions. Chronologically. To grasp historical events correctly, I organize them chronologically using a timeline. Logically. Analyzing the situation logically, without being swayed by emotions, is the shortcut to a solution. Psychologically. He was about to give in to the pressure and was psychologically cornered. Lodging. Every hotel was full during the tourist season, but I finally found affordable lodging on the outskirts of town. Stodgy. The explanations in this textbook are stodgy, and I get sleepy as soon as I read them. Module. The spacecraft's landing module separated and descended slowly toward the lunar surface. Apocalypse. Many sci-fi movies depict an apocalypse where humanity is wiped out by nuclear war or a virus. Moccasin. He likes to wear comfortable moccasins made of soft deerskin. Evocative. That old photograph is evocative, bringing back fond memories of my childhood. Provocative. His provocative remarks sparked an intense debate among the audience. Debacle. The new product launch was supposed to be perfect, but it ended in a complete debacle due to equipment trouble. Docket. The court has posted a docket listing the cases scheduled to be heard today. Pocket. He put the key in his pocket. Socket. The light bulb burned out, so I removed the old one from the socket to replace it with a new one. Locker. After gym class, I put my racket away in my locker. Rocker. After retiring, he enjoys reading while swaying in his favorite rocker. Soccer. Many students are working hard at soccer practice on the field after school. Crockery. I carefully packed the crockery, such as plates and cups, while preparing for the move. Mockery. His serious proposal was treated as a joke, and became an object of mockery from those around him. Cocky. He acted cocky just because he had some talent, which made people around him resentful. Jockey. The skilled jockey handled the horse expertly and won from behind in the final stretch. Stocky. He is not very tall, but he has a muscular and stocky build. Apocryphal. The famous episode is widely known, but it is actually an apocryphal story with no evidence. Aristocracy. In the past in Europe, the aristocracy monopolized land and power. Autocracy. Autocracy, where a single dictator rules the country ignoring the will of the people, has caused many tragedies. Bureaucracy. I'm fed up with the government bureaucracy, where procedures are too complicated and take too much time. Democracy. We should cherish the principles of democracy, where we elect our representatives by voting. Hypocrisy. His actions of selling weapons behind the scenes while calling for peace are pure hypocrisy. Theocracy. The country takes the form of a theocracy, where religious leaders hold all political power. Mediocrity. Despite his talent, he neglects his efforts and as a result, settles for mediocrity in his grades. Awkward. There was an awkward silence between the two after their fight. Binocular. I observed a rare bird perched in a distant tree using a binocular. Jocular. He is always making jocular remarks to make those around him laugh. Inoculate. In preparation for the winter flu epidemic, many people are being inoculated against the virus. Document. The historian discovered a valuable document recording life at the time in an old storehouse. Occupancy. The occupancy rate of this hotel reaches 100% during the tourist season. Occupant. The new occupant of the building plans to open a cafe on the first floor. Occupy. This task is very time-consuming. Preoccupy. He is worried about his exam results, and the thought preoccupies his mind. Preoccupied. He was so preoccupied with tomorrow's presentation that he remained distracted during dinner. Interlocutor. He is an excellent interlocutor, skilled at drawing out the true feelings of his partner. Innocuous. His joke was innocuous and had no malice, but the other person was deeply hurt. Holiday. Tomorrow is a holiday. Disqualify. The athlete was disqualified from the competition after testing positive for doping. Mollify. The manager apologized sincerely to mollify the angry customer. Qualify. He passed the rigorous exam and finally qualified as a lawyer. Qualified. With her years of experience, she is well qualified to lead the project. Cauliflower. I put white cauliflower instead of broccoli in the stew tonight. Oligarchy. An oligarchy where a small group of privileged people rules the country often causes inequality issues. Homologous. In biology class, we learned that a bird's wing and a human arm are homologous organs with the same origin. Knowledgeable. She is very knowledgeable about history and can answer any question instantly. Anthropologist. The anthropologist studied the unique culture of an uncontacted tribe while living with them. Apologist. He appeared on TV to argue his position as a dedicated apologist for the criticized policy. Biologist. The biologist is conducting research on the protection of marine ecosystems. Geologist. Geologists are analyzing volcanic rocks to investigate the history of eruptions. Neurologist. Suffering from severe headaches, he was diagnosed by a neurologist, an expert in the brain and nerves. Pathologist. The pathologist used a microscope to closely examine the collected cells for any abnormalities. Psychologist. It is the job of a psychologist to empathize with people who have worries and give appropriate advice. Zoologist. The zoologist has been observing the ecology of lions in the African savanna for many years. Apologize. He sincerely apologized to his friend for breaking an important promise due to his carelessness. Archaeologist. Archaeologists excavated the ruins of an ancient city from thousands of years ago in the desert. Cardiologist. He felt palpitations and was examined by a cardiologist, a specialist in heart disease. Dermatologist. Since the eczema wouldn't heal, I visited a dermatologist who specializes in skin problems. Ecologist. An ecologist is closely studying the impact of deforestation on the local ecosystem. Epidemiologist. Epidemiologists are working hard to identify the transmission routes of the virus and stop the epidemic. Gerontologist. In an aging society, the role of a gerontologist, who studies physical and mental changes due to aging, is becoming important. Ophthalmologist. Because my vision dropped rapidly, I requested a detailed examination from an ophthalmologist. Paleontologist. A paleontologist is trying to understand the Earth's environment at that time from dinosaur fossils. Sociologist. A sociologist is investigating how social media affects modern human relationships. Anthology. He published an anthology featuring a collection of his favorite contemporary poems. Anthropology. The lecture on anthropology, which explores human evolution and cultural diversity, was very stimulating. Apology. He deeply reflected on his rude attitude and offered her a sincere apology. Archaeology. A team of archaeology experts began a large-scale investigation to solve the mysteries of the pyramids. Astrology. She believes that the movement of stars affects her fortune and never misses the daily astrology forecast. Biology. He is interested in how living things work and is immersed in biology experiments using a microscope. Biotechnology. New disease-resistant crops were developed using biotechnology. Chronology. To understand historical events correctly, I first checked the chronology at the back of the textbook. Dermatology. I visited a reputable dermatology clinic to treat my severe skin irritation. Ecology. An urgent investigation is needed into how global warming affects the local ecology. Entomology. During summer vacation, he immersed himself in entomology by collecting rare insects in the forest. Epidemiology. He is studying epidemiology. Epistemology. We discuss the limits of thought in a lecture on epistemology, which explores what we can know. Ethnology. Fieldwork in ethnology was conducted to compare and study traditional festivals and customs. Ethology. We observed how birds communicate using methods from ethology. Etymology. Learning that salary comes from salt made me interested in the etymology of words. Genealogy. He researched his family's genealogy by creating a family tree to learn about his roots. Geology. He went into the mountains using his knowledge of geology to excavate fossils from old strata. Gerontology. Health maintenance and elderly care in an aging society were considered from the perspective of gerontology. Gynecology. She made an appointment at a local gynecology clinic for a routine checkup. Ideology. Differences in political ideology often cause conflicts between nations. Meteorology. He likes predicting the weather from cloud movements and wants to study meteorology in the future. Methodology. When writing a thesis, you need to clarify the methodology used to collect the data. Morphology. In the linguistics class, I learned about morphology, the study of how words are formed. Mythology. In Greek mythology, many unique gods, starting with Zeus, make an appearance. Neurology. I pored over a neurology textbook to learn more about brain functions and neurological disorders. Ophthalmology. I decided to see a specialist in ophthalmology because my vision was getting blurry. Ornithology. As an expert in ornithology, he has been researching the migration routes of birds for many years. Paleontology. A paleontology research team discovered a huge dinosaur fossil in the desert. Pathology. The results of the pathology test, which examines the causes of disease, were the deciding factor for the treatment plan. Physiology. The effects of exercise on muscles and the heart were studied from the standpoint of physiology. Psychology. I want to learn through psychology about the movements of the mind and why people behave the way they do. Seismology. A seismology team installed the latest monitoring equipment to clarify the mechanism of earthquakes. Sociology. A survey was conducted from a sociology perspective to analyze changes in human relationships in urban areas. Technology. With the advancement of AI, the technology that supports our lives is changing dramatically. Terminology. I tried to read a medical paper, but struggled to understand it due to the many technical terminologies. Theology. He entered a monastery and pursued the path of theology, deeply reflecting on the existence of God and dogma. Zoology. He decided to study zoology at university, so that he can be involved in wildlife conservation in the future. Holocaust. In history class, we learned about the tragic Holocaust that occurred during World War II. Colloquy. The professors held a quiet colloquy on academic themes between meetings. Molecule. Water is made of molecules in which 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom are bonded together. Polymer. Plastics and rubber are types of polymers formed by the bonding of many molecules. Colonize. During the Age of Discovery, many European nations colonized the New World to expand their territories. Pollinate. In the process of gathering nectar, bees carry pollen on their legs to other flowers and pollinate them. Colony. A colony of ants is building a complex nest underground, centered around the queen. Electrolysis. In chemistry class, we learned about the mechanism of electrolysis, which uses electric current to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen. Policy. The company introduced a new policy of being flexible with returns, under the slogan Customer First. Policyholder. When the accident occurred, the insurance company promptly processed the payment for the policyholder. Policymaker. Policymakers deciding the nation's future held repeated discussions on environmental issues. Volatile. The situation in that region is extremely volatile, and an armed conflict could erupt at any time. Cosmopolitan. London is a very cosmopolitan city where people from all over the world gather. Metropolitan. He left his quiet country life and chose a stimulating metropolitan lifestyle. Solitary. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began leading a solitary life in a small cabin in the woods. Qualitative. This study uses qualitative research methods to analyze psychological changes that cannot be quantified. Politic. He doesn't speak based on emotion. Instead, he always tries to act in a politic manner. Politics. To increase young people's interest in politics, voter education such as mock elections is being conducted in schools. Equality. Regardless of gender or race, everyone has the right to enjoy equality under the law. Frivolity. You should avoid such frivolity as playing games all day during the important period before exams. Inequality. Economic inequality caused by the concentration of wealth is a major challenge in modern society. Polity. Greek city-states had a unique polity where citizens participated in government. Quality. This product is expensive, but its quality is very high and it lasts a long time. Idolatrous. He has an almost blindly idolatrous passion for a particular entertainer. Idolatry. That religion strictly forbids the worship of images other than God as idolatry. Solitude. She left the hustle and bustle of the city to enjoy her solitude in a quiet mountain cabin. Solid. This table is made of solid oak and is very heavy. Squalid. The abandoned house was in a squalid condition with trash scattered everywhere. Stolid. He is a stolid man who shows no emotion even when watching a sad movie. Knowledge. With the spread of the internet, we can instantly access a vast amount of knowledge. Column. I read the newspaper column every day. Solemn. The graduation ceremony was held in a solemn atmosphere with grave music playing. Columnist. She writes sharp analytical articles on social issues as a columnist for a popular newspaper. Pollen. In early spring, a lot of pollen is scattered, making it a difficult season for people with hay fever. Voluntary. He participated in the litter-picking campaign of his own voluntary will, not because he was forced. Involuntary. Surprised by the loud noise, he gave an involuntary shrug of his shoulders. Wallop. The boxer delivered a powerful punch and thoroughly walloped his opponent. Solace. Amidst the grief of losing his dog, he found solace in the kind words from his friends. Dollar. This pen is $1. Scholar. The renowned scholar has dedicated his life to researching ancient civilizations. Squalor. The people in the slums were living in extreme poverty and squalor. Cholera. In the 19th century, cholera spread due to unsanitary water, claiming many lives. Intolerable. The heat in a closed room in midsummer is an intolerable pain without air conditioning. Tolerable. The noise last night was terrible, but it was somewhat tolerable if I used earplugs. Intolerance. An attitude of intolerance, refusing to accept any opinion different from one's own, causes conflict. Tolerance. In a society where diverse cultures coexist, it is essential to have tolerance for different values. Intolerant. He is very intolerant of others' mistakes and often starts shouting immediately. Tolerant. To respect diverse cultures, one should be tolerant of values different from one's own. Tolerate. Bullying in the workplace should never be tolerated for any reason. Choleric. His choleric temperament, getting furious over slight mistakes, makes those around him feel intimidated. Scholarly. The paper was a very scholarly work based on many sources. Scholarship. Because her academic grades were excellent, she was awarded a full scholarship by the university. Consolidate. The company consolidated its scattered locations into one to improve management efficiency. Polygon. A general term for a plane figure enclosed by multiple straight lines, such as a triangle or pentagon, is called a polygon. Diabolical. The criminal devised a diabolical plan to deceive the police. Frolicking. Young children were happily frolicking on the grass in the park. Causality. In the scientific experiment, we verified if there was a clear causality between the two phenomena. Polytheism. A system that worships many gods like in ancient Greece is called polytheism. Acknowledge. He honestly acknowledged his fault and promised to improve. College. He went on to college to learn specialized knowledge to become an engineer in the future. Acknowledgement. He admitted his mistake and gave a sincere acknowledgement and apology to his colleagues. Acknowledged. He gracefully acknowledged his mistake and apologized to the team. Alcoholic. He does not like alcoholic beverages. Bucolic. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, I spent my vacation in a bucolic setting where sheep graze. Frolic. Puppies were frolicking energetically on the grass in the warm spring sunshine. Hyperbolic. His stories are always hyperbolic, making it difficult to judge how much is actually true. Metabolic. Moderate exercise improves metabolic functions and helps maintain a healthy body. Symbolic. It has a symbolic meaning for him. Vitriolic. His comments on social media are always vitriolic and spark many controversies. Abolish. The government decided to abolish the old tax system to reduce the burden on citizens. Demolish. Demolition workers demolish the walls to tear down the aging building and build a new commercial facility. Polish. He polished his important shoes until they shone before heading to the interview. Polished. He has polished manners and can behave calmly in any situation. Dolly. The young girl fell asleep hugging a dolly dressed in clothes just like hers. Folly. Climbing a winter mountain without preparation can only be called the folly of risking one's life. Holly. As Christmas approaches, wreaths made of holly with red berries are decorated around the town. Jolly. He always has a jolly smile and brightens up the place. Trolley. I borrowed a large trolley at the entrance to carry heavy groceries at the supermarket. Volley. During the tennis match, he scored a point by hitting a brilliant volley at the net. Volleyball. We enjoyed playing a game of volleyball in PE class, calling out to our teammates. Polyglot. He is a polyglot and works as an interpreter. Colleague. If you have any problems, it is best to consult with a reliable colleague at work. Follow. You should follow their instructions. Hollow. I found a small squirrel hiding nuts inside the hollow of a tree stump. Swallow. When taking medicine, please make sure to swallow it with plenty of water. Wallow. He regretted his failure forever and wallowed in self-pity. Follows. Whether that rumor is true or not will be revealed by the news that follows. Insoluble. Plastic is a problem for the environment because it doesn't decompose naturally and is insoluble in water. Soluble. This powder is highly soluble in water, so there is little need to stir it. Voluble. He is usually quiet, but becomes quite voluble as soon as the topic turns to his hobby, fishing. Collier. This town once flourished as a mining town where many colliers worked. Volume. Please turn down the volume of the radio. Comma. You need to put a comma in the appropriate place to break up the sentence. Drama. She always exaggerates minor troubles and creates drama herself. Lama. In the mountains of Tibet, a trained lama was meditating quietly. Mama. A little boy ran to his mother crying, "I'm hurt, Mama." Accommodating. The hotel staff was very accommodating and kindly handled our sudden change of plans. Accommodate. The new stadium can accommodate up to 50,000 spectators. Comedy. I watched a comedy at the movie theater for the first time in a while, and laughed until my stomach hurt. Anomalous. This year's unusually warm winter is an extremely anomalous phenomenon in the past 100 years of weather data. Anomaly. This year's record-breaking heat wave is a clear anomaly in the last 100 years of weather data. Homily. At the end of the service, the pastor gave a short homily about love and tolerance. Phenomenon. The Northern Lights are a very mysterious and beautiful natural phenomenon seen near the North and South Poles. Abominable. The abominable acts committed against civilians during the war are deeply engraved in history. Nominally. He is nominally the head of the project, but the deputy leader is actually in command. Abdominal. He is suffering from abdominal pain. Nominal. He is the nominal leader, but another person holds the actual power. Phenomenal. The Rookie Singer's debut album set a phenomenal record, becoming a million seller in just 1 week. Dominance. Backed by its unique technical capabilities, the company boasts overwhelming dominance in the global market. Predominance. Agriculture holds the predominance of industries in that region, and many residents are engaged in farming. Prominence. He rose to prominence in the scientific world at a young age and won numerous important awards. Dominant. The company has established a dominant position in the global market using its unique technology. Predominant. Agriculture is the predominant industry in that region, and many people are engaged in farming. Prominent. He is one of the most prominent scholars in the field and gives lectures all over the world. Predominantly. The people living on that island are predominantly engaged in the fishing industry. Ominous. The sound of eerie thunder in the distance gave an ominous feeling that a big storm was approaching. Ominously. Thunder roared in the distant sky, and dark clouds gathered ominously. Nominate. The committee voted unanimously to nominate her as the candidate for the next president. Commoner. History textbooks describe the lives of commoners as well as royalty. Denominator. When calculating fractions, you first need to find a common denominator. Denominate. The currency was to be denominated as a newly issued digital coin. Dominate. The giant corporation uses its overwhelming financial power to dominate markets around the world. Predominate. On this island, a specific species of seagull overwhelmingly predominates in number over other birds. Promissory. He submitted a promissory note to the bank to guarantee the repayment of his loan. Homicide. The police began investigating the body found in the park as a suspected homicide. Commissary. Inside the military base, there is a commissary where service members can purchase daily necessities. Promising. The rookie player gave a great performance in his debut, suggesting a promising future. Automaton. He shows no emotion and works like an automaton, performing assigned tasks dispassionately. Indomitable. She has an indomitable spirit and never gives up no matter how many times she fails. Concomitant. Technological progress always has a concomitant aspect of ethical issues arising. Concomitantly. Concomitantly with technological progress, new social problems are also emerging. Dramatize. That historical event was dramatized more movingly by the film director. Anemometer. At the weather station, they used an anemometer to measure the exact wind speed of the typhoon. Kilometer. The next town is about 5 kilometers away from here. Micrometer. To measure the thickness of the precision part, I used a micrometer that can measure in 0.01 millimeters units. Thermometer. I thought I might have a fever, so I put a thermometer under my arm to check. Dramatist. Shakespeare is one of the world's most famous dramatists and left behind many timeless masterpieces. Optometrist. I went to see an optometrist who performs eye exams and fittings to get a new pair of glasses. Geometry. He is good at geometry, the study of shapes and spatial properties, and solve difficult proof problems easily. Optometry. Since my vision was failing, I visited a specialist in optometry to get new glasses. Homage. The young director paid homage to the great master he admires in his latest film. Pommel. He gripped the pommel of the saddle firmly to maintain his balance. Common. A cold is a very common illness, but care is needed as it can worsen if left untreated. Uncommon. It is a very uncommon event for such a large earthquake to occur in this region. Commonly. This plant is commonly known by the name sakura in Japan. Commonplace. Smartphones, which were once luxury items, have now become a commonplace tool in daily life. Commentary. On the news program, an expert provided detailed commentary on the current world situation. Commentator. The sports commentator gave a detailed explanation of the situation in the game. Commonwealth. Australia and Canada still maintain strong ties as members of the former British Commonwealth. Commons. In the past, everyone could let their livestock graze on the village commons. Promise. He visited the village again 3 years later to fulfill his promise that he would definitely come back. Comet. A giant comet that approaches Earth only once every few decades was glowing with a long tail in the night sky. Vomit. He suffered from severe food poisoning and struggled with intense nausea and vomiting all night. Comment. He left a comment on that article. Bomber. The museum displays a huge bomber that was actually used in World War II. Conglomerate. That giant conglomerate develops a wide range of businesses from media to real estate. Agglomerate. Many small factories agglomerated in this industrial area, becoming one giant production hub. Commerce. With the spread of the internet, companies around the world have come to engage in cross-border commerce. Astronomical. It is expected that it will cost an astronomical amount of money to complete the project. Comical. His gestures are so comical that just watching him makes you smile naturally. Economical. This car has good fuel efficiency and low maintenance costs, so it is very economical. Barometer. The barometer reading dropped sharply, leading me to sense that a storm was coming. Photometer. The lighting designer used a photometer to accurately measure the brightness of the room. Atomic. Atomic energy has great power, but its handling requires the utmost care. Economic. The country achieved rapid economic development by nurturing new industries. Macroeconomic. The government introduced policies from a macroeconomic perspective, such as adjusting interest rates, to curb inflation. Socioeconomic. To eliminate the educational gap in this region, it is necessary to consider the socioeconomic background of families. Economically. This new engine has good fuel efficiency and is very superior economically. Economics. He majors in economics at university and studies how market trends affect people's lives. Bombing. There was a heavy bombing last night, and major buildings in the city suffered significant damage. Balmy. A balmy breeze that signaled the arrival of spring brushed against my cheek. Communist. The country has maintained a communist system for many years and promotes its own economic policies. Communism. The country follows a system of communism, which denies private property and distributes wealth collectively. Commune. They left the hustle and bustle of the city and began a self-sufficient life in a small commune surrounded by nature. Monarchy. The country is a monarchy ruled by a king, but real power is held by the parliament. Monarch. In the past in Europe, a monarch with absolute power ruled the country. Marijuana. Laws regarding the possession and use of marijuana vary greatly by country. Nirvana. Surrounded by delicious food and music, he felt as if he were in a state of nirvana. Personify. He is a person who seems to personify the word honesty. Conifer. Conifers like pines which keep their green leaves all year, grow in clusters up the mountain. Monograph. The professor published a monograph detailing the ecology of a specific butterfly. Monogram. He likes to use a handkerchief with a monogram of his embroidered initials. Iconoclast. He is known as an iconoclast who tries to break traditional customs. Monochrome. The photo was taken in monochrome, creating a somewhat nostalgic atmosphere. Monologue. On stage, the actor expressed the character's inner conflict through a long monologue. Monolith. The giant monolith standing in the middle of the desert is said to have been left by an ancient civilization. Anonymous. The large donation was from an anonymous supporter who did not wish to reveal their name. Autonomous. The robot has autonomous functions, allowing it to make decisions and move on its own using AI without human operation. Synonymous. At one time, this brand's name was synonymous with high quality. Anonymously. The wealthy individual made a large donation anonymously, without revealing their name. Economize. I decided to economize on household expenses by eating out less to save for future tuition. Astronomer. The astronomer discovered an unknown planet using a new telescope. Agronomist. An agronomist developed a new variety of rice that grows easily even in dry soil. Economist. An economist predicted how the new tax hike proposal would affect domestic consumption. Astronomy. He has loved looking at the starry sky since he was a child and majored in astronomy in college. Autonomy. The region has been granted a degree of autonomy by the government and operates its own rules. Economy. The government introduced a new economy policy to boost the business cycle. Gastronomy. He is fascinated by French gastronomy and is training to become a top chef. Reconnaissance. The military conducted a reconnaissance to understand the enemy's situation before launching an attack. Monastery. In the old monastery deep in the mountains, monks have been offering prayers since before dawn. Dishonesty. His dishonesty was revealed, and he lost the trust he had built over many years in an instant. Honesty. He has the honesty to admit his mistakes without hiding them, and is trusted by those around him. Monetary. To curb inflation, the government introduced new monetary policies, such as raising interest rates. Monitor. He monitors the data on the screen. Monitoring. The doctor is monitoring the patient's condition 24 hours a day using the latest equipment. Monotone. His speech was delivered in a monotone voice, so the audience got bored. Monotheism. Religions that believe in only one God, such as Christianity and Islam, are forms of monotheism. Recognizance. The defendant was judged not to be a flight risk and was released on his own recognizance. Dishonest. Dishonest acts of trying to gain profit by lying will eventually come back to haunt you. Honest. He is an honest person who admits his mistakes, and he is highly trusted by those around him. Honestly. He honestly admitted his mistake and apologized to the team members. Bonnet. She wore a lovely bonnet with ribbons to shield herself from the sun. Dishonor. His dishonest behavior resulted in bringing dishonor to the entire team. Honor. He was awarded the highest honor by the country for his significant contributions. Honorable. He is known as a very honorable person who values justice more than his own profit. Sonorous. His sonorous singing voice echoed beautifully to every corner of the theater. Honorary. He was awarded an honorary degree by the university in recognition of his long-standing contribution to culture. Exonerate. New DNA testing results proved his innocence, and he was completely exonerated of the crime. Electronically. These days, many contracts are signed and stored electronically rather than on paper. Chronicle. He published a chronicle of his daily experiences to record his travel adventures. Conical. The summit of the mountain has a beautiful conical shape formed by volcanic eruptions. Ironical. It is a quite ironical situation that a dermatologist is suffering from severe skin irritation. Astonishing. The fact that the 10-year-old girl is perfectly fluent in 5 languages was astonishing to everyone. Chronic. He has suffered for many years from chronic back pain caused by work-related stress. Electronic. In modern business, electronic communication methods such as email are indispensable. Embryonic. The project is still in its embryonic stage, and there are many challenges before it can be realized. Harmonic. The sounds of the piano and violin overlapped, playing a beautiful harmonic melody. Histrionic. She always speaks with histrionic gestures to draw attention to herself. Ironic. It is quite ironic that the house of a police officer who catches burglars was burgled. Laconic. He doesn't say much and always gives laconic answers to questions. Mnemonic. To remember complex historical dates, I devised my own mnemonic wordplay. Philharmonic. A concert by the local Philharmonic Orchestra was held at the Civic Hall. Phonic. To help children acquire correct pronunciation, a phonic learning method that teaches the relationship between spelling and sounds was introduced. Platonic. What exists between the two of them is not romantic love, but a platonic friendship of mutual respect. Sardonic. He had a sardonic smile on his lips as he watched others fail. Sonic. The new speakers provide an incredibly clear and powerful sonic experience. Supersonic. The state-of-the-art fighter jet is capable of flying at supersonic speeds. Symphonic. The composer created a grand symphonic piece to express the beauty of nature. Tectonic. Earthquakes are caused by the movement of massive tectonic plates. Tonic. When tired from work, cold lemon water is the best tonic to refresh the mind and body. Ironically, he started jogging for his health, but ironically, he sprained his ankle on the first day. Electronics. Japanese manufacturers possess high technical capabilities in the field of electronics, such as TVs and cameras. Admonish. The teacher sternly admonished the students running around in the hallway and told them to be quiet. Astonish. The magician's clever tricks astonished all the spectators in the venue. Sonnet. Shakespeare left behind many masterpieces of the sonnet, a poetic form consisting of 14 lines. Bonnie. Old Scottish songs often feature lyrics praising a bonny young lass. Soprano. Her crystal-clear soprano singing voice echoed through the quiet church. Autonomously. The latest unmanned probe moves autonomously, avoiding obstacles without human operation. Monument. A giant stone monument honoring a former hero stands in the center of the square. Papa. The young daughter hugged her father, saying, "Welcome home, Papa." Propagate. Botanists successfully managed to carefully propagate endangered plants in the greenhouse. Metropolis. He left his quiet village and headed for Tokyo, one of the world's largest metropolises, in search of opportunity. Necropolis. Many mysteries are still hidden in the necropolis where the ancient Egyptian kings rest. Monopolize. The giant corporation has almost entirely monopolized the market share, blocking entry for other companies. Monopoly. The company has a monopoly on the power supply in the entire region, with no competitors. Psychopathy. The audience felt terror at the psychopathy of the ruthless killer in the movie. Opposite. His opinion was the exact opposite of mine, and the discussion remained at a standstill. Topple. Due to the violent shaking of the earthquake, old buildings across the city began to topple one after another. Improper. He made improper remarks at the official meeting, leaving everyone confused. Proper. Proper attire suitable for the occasion is required at ceremonial events. Shopper. The department store during the sale was crowded with many shoppers looking for bargains. Stopper. I firmly inserted a cork stopper into the finished bottle of wine. Operative. The new law will become operative starting from the 1st of next month. Operator. An experienced operator was called in to fix the mechanical malfunction. Operating. The operating hours of the factory were extended until late at night for increased efficiency. Cooperative. A cooperative relationship between the police and residents is essential for keeping the community safe. Cooperate. To solve complex problems, it is essential for everyone to cooperate across departmental boundaries. Operate. To operate this new machine correctly, several days of special training are required. Properly. To use the machine safely, you first need to read the manual and operate it properly. Property. He purchased a small property in the suburbs with the money he earned by working hard. Tropical. During winter vacation, I want to forget the cold and relax on a warm tropical island. Stoppage. Due to the strike, there was a railway stoppage, and many commuters were stranded. Microscopic. Viruses are so small they are invisible to the naked eye, requiring powerful microscopic technology for observation. Myopic. He is a myopic thinker who only pursues immediate profits and lacks a perspective for the future. Philanthropic. The billionaire is known for his philanthropic activities, donating large sums to support education and healthcare. Topic. The topic of today's meeting is the environment. Tropic. During summer vacation, I want to relax on a tropic island lined with palm trees. Microscopically. Examining the surface of the substance microscopically, we found tiny cracks invisible to the naked eye. Dropping. Due to the sudden dropping of the temperature, many people are falling ill. Choppy. As the wind grew stronger, the calm sea surface suddenly became choppy. Copy. Please give me a copy of that document. Floppy. A baby's neck is still floppy, so you need to be careful when holding them. Poppy. In spring, orange poppies bloom all over the hills. Sloppy. Because he rushed to finish his homework, the handwriting was very sloppy. Copier. I printed 50 copies on the office copier to prepare the meeting materials. Copyright. Posting text written by someone else on your blog without permission is an infringement of copyright. Opera. I went to see an opera last night. Opulence. The interior of the palace was filled with opulence, decorated with gold and jewels in the ultimate luxury. Opulent. The luxurious hotel is famous for its opulent decorations using plenty of gold and marble. Populace. Strong voices of opposition are rising from the general populace against the government's new tax hike proposal. Populous. Because the area has plenty of water and a mild climate, it has been a very populous place since ancient times. Popular. This cafe's pancakes went viral on social media and are very popular among young people. Unpopular. The news of the tax hike was very unpopular with the public. Copulate. Certain insects have a habit of copulating on the leaves of specific plants during the breeding season. Depopulate. As a result of young people moving to urban areas for work, the mountain village has rapidly depopulated. Populate. It was once an uninhabited island, but now many people have moved there and populate the entire island. Incorrigible. He is a truly incorrigible man who keeps being late no matter how many times he is warned. Far away. Gazing out the window, he thought of his family in a faraway homeland. Florist. I bought a beautiful bouquet of carnations at a nearby florist as a Mother's Day gift. Categorical. He denied the allegations in a categorical tone, saying they were completely groundless. Euphoric. He was in a euphoric mood, the best in his life, after getting into his dream university. Sophomoric. His pranks are so childish that those around him are exasperated by his sophomoric behavior. Categorically. He categorically denied the rumors, saying they were completely groundless. Barring. Barring any unforeseen trouble, the plan should proceed as scheduled. Cheery. Having been deceived before, He is very chary about new investment offers. Safari. We joined a safari in an African national park to observe wild lions. Sorry. I am sorry for being late. Aria. The venue fell silent as the opera singer performed a beautiful aria. Impresario. The famous impresario raised many unknown singers to stardom. Sorrow. He felt deep sorrow at parting with his best friend and was speechless for a while. Sorrowful. She was sad to part with her best friend and waved with a sorrowful expression. Borrowing. The borrowing period for books at the library is usually set to within 2 weeks. Borrow. I forgot my dictionary at home, so I decided to borrow one from my friend in the next seat for just an hour. Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Impossible. It is nearly physically impossible to climb this high mountain in a single day without preparation. Possible. Depending on your effort, it is entirely possible to achieve a goal that seemed impossible. Possibly. It is possibly near impossible to finish the project in such a short time. Prosody. When reciting poetry, it is important to be mindful of the accents and rhythm, or prosody. Ossify. Over the years, his thinking has ossified into old habits. Ossified. The organization's systems have ossified and cannot keep up with the changing times. Philosopher. Ancient Greek philosophers debated what it means to live well. Philosophy. He majored in philosophy at university to find the answer to the question, what is life? Prosecute. The prosecutor decided to prosecute the defendant as enough evidence had been gathered. Proselytize. He was explaining the greatness of his religion and eagerly proselytizing to people passing by. Oscillate. Like a fan oscillating, the pendulum weight continues to oscillate from side to side at a constant speed. Gossamer. The spider web wet with morning dew is shining like gossamer threads. Animosity. Due to long-standing land disputes, there is strong animosity between the two neighboring villages. Atrocity. The many inhumane atrocities committed during the war are a history that must never be forgotten. Curiosity. When children see something new, they want to ask all kinds of questions with great curiosity. Ferocity. The lion chased its prey with sheer ferocity because it was so hungry. Generosity. He is a man of amazing generosity, even cutting his own salary to donate to the poor. Monstrosity. That huge building built without regard for the cityscape is called a monstrosity by the residents. Velocity. In the physics experiment, we accurately measured the velocity of a ball rolling down a slope. Viscosity. Engine oil requires care because its viscosity changes depending on the temperature. Apostle. He travels across the country giving lectures as an enthusiastic apostle of the new educational philosophy. Colossal. In the ancient ruins stands a colossal stone statue that would be difficult to move even with modern technology. Docile. The large dog looks scary, but it is actually very docile and friendly toward children. Fossil. The geological research team discovered a fossil of a giant fish from hundreds of millions of years ago in the strata. Jostle. Passengers were jostling each other to get to the exit in the crowded train. Awesome. The vast view of the Grand Canyon spreading out before my eyes was truly awesome. Blossom. In spring, cherry blossoms blossom in full bloom, and the park is dyed pink. Gossip. She never listens to groundless gossip about other people's private lives. Colossus. He is respected as a colossus in the literary world due to his overwhelming achievements. Proboscis. An elephant's long proboscis is useful for grabbing food and sucking up water. Postulate. He postulated that an unknown energy exists in space to explain this physical phenomenon. Posthumous. His talent was not recognized during his lifetime, but he became famous through posthumous works published after his death. Posthumously. The writer's talent was finally recognized posthumously, a few years after he passed away. Microprocessor. The performance of a smartphone depends on the processing speed of its built-in microprocessor. Processing. By introducing the latest computer, the processing of large amounts of data has become significantly faster. Processor. He used a food processor to chop vegetables to save time on cooking. Process. In the process of making bread, it is important to knead the dough thoroughly and let it ferment. Rhinoceros. Near the big pond at the zoo, a rhinoceros with thick skin and an impressive horn was leisurely eating grass. Prosecutor. The prosecutor presented strong evidence in court to prove the defendant's guilt. Pomposity. His way of speaking was full of pomposity, giving an annoying impression to those around him. Reciprocity. To build a good relationship, reciprocity is important rather than just one person doing everything. Virtuosity. The young pianist captivated the audience with his overwhelming virtuosity. Posse. In old Western movies, the sheriff organized a posse to track down the culprit. Inhospitable. The desert area is an inhospitable environment for humans due to extreme dryness and high temperatures. Gospel. She believes her grandmother's teachings as gospel and continues to follow them faithfully. Prospect. With the prospect of success in a new market, the company decided to move forward with its overseas expansion. Prosper. The new business steadily gained customers and prospered greatly within a few years. Prosperous. Due to the success of new businesses, the town is enjoying its most prosperous era ever. Hospitable. The people of the village were very hospitable and warmly welcomed me when I was lost. Pasta. I had homemade pasta with plenty of tomato sauce for lunch today. Prognosticate. The economists prognosticated that economic trends for the next fiscal year would worsen based on the latest data. Prostitute. She refused to prostitute her talents just for the sake of money. Hostel. To save money, I stayed in an inexpensive dormitory-style hostel instead of a private room. Hostile. At the meeting, some attendees gave a hostile reaction to my proposal. Foster. The organization is looking for foster families for underprivileged children. Roster. The manager checked the roster of starting members for tomorrow's game. Preposterous. His story about being abducted by aliens was so preposterous that no one believed it. Prostate. He was advised to undergo an examination of the prostate, an organ unique to men, during his health checkup. Hostage. The bank robbers took the customers inside as hostages and barricaded themselves to escape. Agnostic. He doesn't deny the existence of God, but takes an agnostic stance, believing it cannot be proven. Caustic. Her caustic criticism sometimes hurt the feelings of many writers. Diagnostic. The doctor used the latest diagnostic equipment to pinpoint the cause of the illness. Prostrate. He was lying prostrate by the roadside due to extreme fatigue and hunger. Caution. Because the mountain path was slippery, the sign said "Caution" in large letters. Washer. The laundry was done, so I took the clothes out of the washer and hung them on the balcony. Washing. In addition to washing his hands before meals, he never fails to do his washing of clothes every day. Cantata. The church choir performed a majestic cantata by Bach. Regatta. A university boat race, a regatta, was held on the beautiful lake over the weekend. Sonata. The pianist played a famous sonata by Beethoven with great emotion. Dichotomy. I reflected deeply on the dichotomy between good and evil, or mind and body. Botanist. A botanist is conducting a survey of rare alpine plants that grow only in high mountain regions. Botany. She is knowledgeable about plant classification and specializes in botany at university. Protestant. The Reformation in the 16th century gave birth to Protestant denominations that split from Catholicism. Spotted. I found a spotted butterfly with black dots on its wings in the field. Bottle. I always carry a portable bottle for hydration. Throttle. He opened the throttle of his motorcycle wide and sped down the straight road. Mottled. The old wall was covered with mottled stains caused by humidity. Bottom. I drank up the water that remained a little at the bottom of the glass. Bottomless. The lake was so deep it seemed like a bottomless pit reaching to the other side. Rotten. An apple forgotten in the back of the refrigerator had become completely rotten. Monotonous. He was bored with his monotonous job of repeating the same tasks every day. Monotony. A job that just repeats the same task every day gradually leads to a sense of monotony. Imprimatur. The new textbook was published after receiving the imprimatur of the Ministry of Education. Otter. An otter is floating on its back and eating a shell in the aquarium pool. Potter. The skilled potter created a stunning vase using a pottery wheel. Squatter. There were several squatters living in the abandoned house without permission. Totter. The newborn fawn managed to stand up, tottering on its thin legs. Lottery. He bought several lottery tickets with a 1 billion yen top prize, hoping for a dream come true. Pottery. She attends a pottery class as a hobby and made her own coffee cup. Antibiotic. The doctor prescribed him a powerful antibiotic to treat the bacterial infection. Aquatic. At the aquarium, you can observe colorful tropical fish and rare aquatic plants. Chaotic. The power outage stopped the traffic lights, leaving the intersection in a chaotic state with cars jumbled together. Despotic. The leader of that country deprived the citizens of their freedom and exercised despotic power. Erotic. The movie was given an age rating because it contains erotic scenes. Exotic. The market was lined with exotic fruits that I had never seen before. Hypnotic. Staring at the flames of a bonfire draws you into its hypnotic rhythm. Narcotic. The abuse of narcotic drugs has a serious negative impact, not only on individual health, but on society as a whole. Neurotic. He is a bit neurotic, constantly worrying about every little detail. Patriotic. After their country's athlete won a gold medal at the Olympics, the citizens' patriotic passion soared. Quixotic. His plan to end world poverty overnight is an idealistic but quixotic endeavor. Robotic. He doesn't show his emotions, which sometimes gives a robotic impression that makes it hard to tell what he's thinking. Symbiotic. A symbiotic relationship exists between flowers and bees, where they both benefit from each other. Naughty. The physics test included naughty problems that even experts would struggle with. Potty. I bought a potty with a cute design to help the toddler go to the bathroom by themselves. Body. The internet connection was spotty last night, and the video kept buffering. Motto. His life motto is persistence pays off, and he continues to make steady efforts every day. Mulatto. The novel depicts the struggles of a woman who lived as a mulatto in 19th century America. Grotto. Beneath the cliff along the coast, we found a mysterious blue grotto formed by wave erosion. Legato. The pianist played a beautiful melody with a legato style, connecting the notes smoothly. Staccato. He finished the piece briskly with a staccato rhythm, cutting each note short. Apothecary. In medieval Europe, the apothecary who prepared herbs to heal the sick played a vital role. Hypothesis. Scientists need to first form a hypothesis based on observational data before starting an experiment. Hypothesize. Scientists hypothesized that a specific bacterium was the cause of the disease and began experiments. Brothel. In the back alleys of that old port town, buildings that were once used as brothels still remain. Gothic. Walking through European cities, Gothic-style churches with characteristic towering spires catch the eye. Lava. The volcano erupted, and red-hot lava flowed slowly down the mountainside. Providence. He believes that his miraculous rescue from the shipwreck was due to divine providence. Provenance. Experts investigated the provenance of the painting and confirmed that it was indeed authentic. Grovel. He groveled before his boss to apologize and beg for forgiveness for his major mistake. Novel. He came up with one novel idea after another that overturned conventional wisdom. Novelty. The new product sold well due to its novelty at first, but people gradually got tired of it. Province. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began a quiet life in a northern province rich in nature. Novice. He is a novice at chess, but he is practicing hard and improving very quickly. Poverty. He works to support underprivileged children and break the cycle of poverty. Proverb. There is an expression similar to the Japanese saying "isogabamo ware" in a famous English proverb. Provident. He is a provident person who never fails to save from a young age in preparation for future contingencies. Bravo. After the wonderful performance, there was loud applause and shouts of bravo from the audience. Sovereign. Any nation has a sovereign right to determine its own destiny without interference from other countries. Sovereignty. No matter how great a power may be, it is not permitted to violate the sovereignty of another nation. Impoverish. The prolonged war and drought severely impoverished the once prosperous region. Impoverished. Due to the prolonged drought, the farmers in that village are forced to lead impoverished lives. Plaza. In the large plaza at the center of town, many people gathered around the fountain. Depository. To protect valuable historical documents, the university library became the official depository. Repository. This database serves as a repository for the latest scientific research findings from around the world. Causative. Scientists identified a specific bacterium as the causative factor of the disease. Positive. When trying something new, it's important to always have a positive attitude. Positively. She thinks about things positively. Closet. To change my seasonal wardrobe, I organized my summer clothes and stored them in the large closet in the bedroom. Composite. The new material has a composite structure combining plastic and carbon fiber. Posit. Scientists posited a new theory to explain this phenomenon. Depositor. Upon hearing news of the bank failure, many depositors rushed to the service counters. Deposit. When renting a new apartment, I gave 1 month's rent to the real estate agent as a deposit. Maharaja. Old Indian stories feature a Maharaja living in a luxurious palace. Blob. A blue blob of paint dropped onto the drawing paper. Bob. The float at the end of the fishing line is bobbing up and down on the water. Glob. He put a large glob of jam on top of his bread. Job. He finds his new job rewarding and enjoys working every day. Knob. I turned the doorknob and stepped inside to find an old study. Lob. In the tennis match, I lobbed the ball high over my opponent's head. Mob. A terrifying mob of people rushed into the sale venue for the limited items. Rob. A robber broke into a nearby bank last night and robbed them of a large sum of cash. Snob. He is a typical snob who boasts about brand name goods and looks down on others. Sob. She sobbed with her shoulders shaking after hearing the sad news. Swab. The nurse disinfected my arm with an alcohol swab before the injection. Throb. My leg muscles are throbbing because I ran too much. Offuscate. The politician used vague language to obfuscate the core issue in order to hide his scandal. Object. During the undersea survey, the sonar detected a giant object thought to be a shipwreck. Jobless. Due to the recession, factories closed, and many skilled workers became jobless overnight. Obsolete. Technological progress is so rapid that electronic devices that were once the latest become obsolete in a few years. Obstacle. To achieve your goal, you must overcome the difficult obstacles in front of you one by one. Obstinacy. He refused to admit his mistake, and his obstinacy deepened the rift with those around him. Obstinate. He is very obstinate and will never admit his mistake even when it's pointed out to him. Obvious. It was obvious to everyone that she was lying from her trembling voice and wandering eyes. Obviously. His face was pale, and he was obviously feeling unwell to anyone's eyes. Obviate. The introduction of the online payment system obviated the need to go to the bank. Cobweb. There were old cobwebs in the corners of the vacant house that hadn't been used for years. Botch. He botched the repair because he worked in such a hurry. Crotch. The crotch of his pants ripped, so he hurriedly hid it with his jacket. Notch. He carved a notch in the edge of his desk to record how much he had studied. Scotch. He immediately scotched the rumor to prevent it from spreading. Watch. He looked at his wristwatch many times, waiting for the person he was meeting to arrive. Watchdog. The organization serves as a watchdog to monitor government corruption. Cod. Tonight's dinner is fish and chips made with fresh cod fillets. Facade. The building has a grand facade, but the interior is surprisingly simple. God. Ancient people believed that a god of rain and thunder lived in the sky. Nod. He answered the teacher's question by simply giving a nod. Odd. Everyone was surprised by his odd behavior when he suddenly started dancing. Plod. Carrying a heavy load, he plodded through the muddy path. Pod. When I pressed the edamame pod with my fingers, the green beans popped out. Prod. I prodded my lazy brother's shoulder and urged him to do his homework. Sod. We laid down new sod all over the yard to make it look beautiful. Squad. A special police investigation squad rushed to the scene immediately. Wad. He pulled a crumpled wad of cash out of his pocket. Godfather. As my godfather, he has warmly watched over my growth since I was a child. Toddler. A toddler who had just started walking was playing with his mother in the park. Oddly. I got worried because she was oddly quiet that day, even though she is usually lively. Godmother. She became the godmother of her best friend's child and attended the baptism. Vaudeville. Before movies became popular, people went to theaters to enjoy vaudeville shows with singing and dancing. Odds. The odds of that horse winning were very low, but it miraculously finished in first place. Swathe. A wide swathe of trees in the forest was cleared for road construction. Cough. He caught a terrible cold and suffered from a severe cough all night. Awfully. It was awfully noisy in the next room last night, and I couldn't sleep at all. Sophomore. He became a sophomore in college, and his studies in specialized courses began in earnest. Soft. This blanket is very soft. Waft. When I opened the window, the sweet scent of fragrant olives blooming in the garden wafted into the room. Agog. Hearing the rumor that the famous actor was coming to town, the residents were all agog with anticipation. Bog. While walking through the foggy wetlands, my feet almost sank into a bog. Clog. Hair got caught in the drain, and the water clogged up and stopped flowing. Fog. The thick fog made visibility poor, and I could only faintly see the lights of the car ahead. Hog. He hogged all the food on the table for himself and wouldn't share any of it with others. Jog. It is my daily routine to take a light jog in the nearby park for my health every morning. Slog. I slogged through the muddy path step by step, carrying a heavy load. Smog. The city sky was covered in smog, making it difficult to see the starry night. Dogma. New ideas were rejected because they were bound by the organization's old dogma. Cognizance. The judge took cognizance of all the evidence related to the case and delivered a careful verdict. Cognizant. A leader must be cognizant of all legal risks involved in a project. Cognitive. Puzzles and reading are said to be good for preventing the decline of cognitive functions associated with aging. Dislodge. They managed to dislodge the food stuck in the throat by patting the person's back. Dodge. He quickly moved his body to dodge the ball that came flying toward him. Lodge. The mountain climbers temporarily lodged in a nearby mountain hut to avoid the blizzard. Hodgepodge. His room was a hodgepodge of old books and junk mixed together. Block. Several countries gathered for common economic goals and formed a powerful economic bloc. Block. A large truck was blocking the road for construction, so cars could not pass. Caulk. I used waterproof sealant to caulk the gaps around the window frame to prevent drafts. Clock. The clock hanging on the wall of the room pointed exactly to 12 o'clock noon. Crock. My grandmother carefully stores homemade pickled plums in an old crock. Doc. He affectionately calls his family physician Doc. Dock. A large cargo ship berthed at the harbor dock to unload its cargo. Flock. At sunset, I saw a flock of birds flying through the sky back to their nests. Frock. She chose her favorite floral frock for the party. Interlock. This puzzle is designed so that complex-shaped pieces interlock with each other. Knock. Someone knocked on the room door, so I replied, "Come in." Lock. There is a legend that an unidentified creature lives in a Scottish loch. Lock. You should firmly lock the front door. Mock. He mocked the way his friend talks and made everyone laugh. Ensemble. A performance by a string ensemble added a touch of elegance to the wedding reception venue. Combine. The two small companies combined to make a fresh start as one large enterprise. Somber. The funeral venue was filled with a somber atmosphere from the mourners. Somberly. After hearing the serious news, he nodded somberly and left the room. Combo. The combo menu, which includes a burger, fries, and a drink, is popular at that shop. Calmly. Despite the sudden trouble, she dealt with it calmly without panicking. Somnolent. During the warm afternoon class after lunch, all the students had somnolent expressions. Insomnia. I've been under a lot of stress lately and suffer from terrible insomnia. Compact. This digital camera has a very compact design and can be carried in a pocket. Incompetence. His repeated mistakes were due to his incompetence in management, not just mere carelessness. Incompetent. He repeatedly made careless mistakes and was viewed as an incompetent employee by his boss. Competency. He was judged to have sufficient competency to handle the complex task. Competence. She possesses not only language skills, but also high competence in understanding different cultures. Competent. She is a very competent secretary who not only speaks multiple languages, but also has great practical skills. Wampum. Native Americans used wampum, made from shells, for keeping records and as a form of currency. Compensated. He was well compensated by the company for the overtime he worked. Compensate. The company compensated the employees for their labor by paying them an overtime allowance. Pompous. He takes pride in his position and always treats others with a pompous attitude. Compound. The substance is a chemical compound made up of two different elements. Comparable. The performance of the new engine is comparable to that of the latest racing machines. Complicated. The rules of this puzzle are very complicated and take time to understand. Complicate. His unnecessary remark further complicated the already strained relationships. Complement. The acidity of this red wine perfectly complements the sweetness of the beef fat. Compliment. He praised her new hairstyle and gave her the highest compliment. Accomplice. It was revealed that the criminal was not alone and had an accomplice who helped with the escape. Complex. The puzzle had such a complex structure that it took several days to complete. Accomplish. Through extraordinary effort, he finally managed to accomplish the feat of climbing Mount Everest. Accomplishment. After 10 years of research, he developed a new drug and achieved the greatest accomplishment of his life. Compost. By turning garden leaves and food waste into compost, I enjoy an eco-friendly home garden. Uncompromising. He maintained an uncompromising attitude toward his artwork, insisting on every detail. Compromise. Their claims conflicted, but eventually both sides made concessions and reached a compromise. Compress. To pack my luggage compactly, I put my thick sweaters in a special bag and strongly compressed them. Comrade. Having survived the tough training together, he is an irreplaceable comrade to me. Chomp. The hungry horse chomped loudly on the fresh carrot that was offered. Comp. Due to his large spending at the casino, he received comps such as free meals and lodging from the hotel. Pomp. The coronation of the new king was held with magnificent pomp in accordance with tradition. Romp. The puppies were romping around the garden, playing with each other. Stomp. Angry that his opinion wasn't heard, he stomped on the floor and left the room. Swamp. After the heavy rain, the low-lying land was completely flooded and became like a giant swamp. Prompting. Thanks to the teacher's appropriate prompting, the hesitant student was able to express their opinion. Impromptu. He was asked to play the piano at the party and gave a wonderful impromptu performance. Prompt. He is very efficient at his work and is trusted because his email replies are always prompt. Promptly. The manager promptly sent an apology email and took action after receiving the complaint. Baton. The second runner in the relay received the baton smoothly from the first runner and took off powerfully. Chiffon. She appeared wearing a dress made of light, sheer chiffon that fluttered in the wind. Con. He was a genius at the con, skillfully deceiving people to take large sums of money. Denouement. The denouement of that mystery novel was an unexpected and surprising development. Don. He donned a thick overcoat to protect himself from the cold wind. Khan. In history class, we learned about the Khans of the Mongol Empire who built a vast empire. Non. It is a non-violent activity. On. He picked up the dictionary on the desk and began to look up the meaning of a difficult word. Pecan. This pie is topped with plenty of fragrant roasted pecans. Rapprochement. There was finally a move toward rapprochement between the two countries that had been in conflict for years. Salon. She went to her favorite salon over the weekend to get a new hairstyle. Spawn. In spring, fish that have traveled up the river begin to spawn in quiet waters. Thereupon. He bowed deeply and thereupon left the room quietly. Upon hearing the news, he rushed out of the house. 1. He looks wan from a prolonged illness, which is worrying those around him. Poncho. I pulled a waterproof poncho out of my backpack to prepare for the sudden rain. Gendarme. I saw a gendarme in a blue uniform patrolling a street corner in France. Condiment. He skillfully uses condiments such as salt and pepper to add an accent to his cooking. Misconduct. The politician was forced to resign after being questioned about improper misconduct, involving the misappropriation of public funds. Despondency. He was in deep despondency after the project he had high hopes for was cancelled. Correspondence. I maintain my English skills by continuing email correspondence with friends abroad. Correspondent. The news program connected live with a local correspondent to report on the current situation in the Middle East. Despondent. After losing the match, he sat on the bench looking completely despondent. Respondent. According to the survey results, more than half of the respondents said they were satisfied with the new product. Ponder. He gazed out the window and pondered deeply about the purpose of life. Squander. He squandered his precious day off just by watching videos. Wander. I wandered aimlessly through the alleys of an unfamiliar city without a map. Yonder. Beyond that tree on the hill, my house is visible over yonder. Imponderable. The future impact of that decision is imponderable because there are too many factors involved. Ponderous. His way of speaking was very ponderous, and I got sleepy while listening to him. Wanderer. He is a lonely wanderer who travels the world without a steady job. Wandering. I got lost during my trip and spent time wandering aimlessly through the alleys of an unfamiliar town. Quandary. Receiving two attractive job offers at once, he was in a quandary over which one to choose. Nondescript. The criminal was such a nondescript man that it was difficult to gather eyewitness information. Rendezvous. They chose the clock tower at the station as the rendezvous point for next Sunday. Bondage. The historical novel depicts the struggle of people trying to escape from harsh bondage. Corresponding. The lines on the graph move up and down in corresponding shifts to the data values. Correspondingly. If the price of fuel rises, transportation costs will increase correspondingly. Condo. He purchased a high-rise condo located in a convenient part of the city. Preponderance. Judging from the preponderance of the evidence, it is highly likely that the defendant is guilty. Hypochondriac. He is a typical hypochondriac, thinking he has a serious illness just from a slight cough. Conduit. This thick underground pipe serves as an important conduit for supplying electricity to the urban area. Confidant. She cherishes her best friend as her only confidant whom she can talk to about anything. Confidant. She treats her mother as her closest confidant, always confiding in her when she has worries. Confidence. She stepped onto the stage with strong confidence backed by years of practice. Confident. Since he has prepared thoroughly, he is confident that tomorrow's presentation will be a success. Confidently. He had prepared well, so he wrote confidently during the exam. Confiscate. At the airport checkpoint, fruits and meat products prohibited from entry were confiscated by customs officers. Bonfire. On the night of the camp, we all sang songs around a large bonfire. Conference. Next month, an international conference bringing together environmental scientists from around the world will be held in this city. Conflict. An intense conflict continues between two neighboring countries over the ownership of resources. Confluence. The area near the confluence of two large rivers has flourished as a trading hub since ancient times. Ongoing. Peace negotiations between the two countries are still ongoing, and it seems it will take more time to reach a resolution. Conjugal. They have enjoyed a happy conjugal life for many years since their marriage. Longitude. To locate a place on a map, you need to know the longitude as well as the latitude. Conjure. The magician managed to conjure a coin out of thin air. Conjurer. The conjurer on stage pulled a pigeon out of a hat and surprised the audience. Encore. After the wonderful performance, the pianist gave an encore in response to the thunderous applause. Concord. After long negotiations, the two nations reached a concord to maintain peace. Concourse. The airport's vast concourse was overflowing with travelers from all over the world. Conclave. A conclave, a secret meeting where cardinals gather to elect a new pope, was held in the Vatican. Enclave. The region is an enclave surrounded by another country, and its unique culture is preserved. Genre. He is familiar with every genre of music from jazz to rock. Irresponsible. Leaving a child in a car to go shopping is an extremely irresponsible act. Responsible. As the leader of the team, he is in a responsible position for the success or failure of the project. Consecrate. Ancient people consecrated this place as a sacred home for the gods, and have carefully protected it. Consequence. As a consequence of taking the exam unprepared, he faced the reality of failing. Consequent. He deeply regretted the consequent defeat after going into the match unprepared. Consequently. He kept skipping practice and consequently was dropped from the starting lineup. Consulate. If you lose your passport abroad, you need to contact the local Japanese consulate immediately. Consular. I went to the consular office to apply for a replacement passport after losing mine. Consummate. He is a consummate craftsman whose work is finished to perfection in every detail. Consonant. In English pronunciation practice, it is important to pronounce consonants accurately, not just vowels. Consul. I lost my passport while traveling abroad, so I consulted the local Japanese consul to arrange for a replacement. Concentrated. He concentrated hard on his studies in one place to pass the exam. Concentrate. It is difficult to deeply concentrate on your studies in a noisy place. Nonsense. His talk is full of groundless rumors, and is just nonsense not worth listening to seriously. Concept. The concept for the new chair proposed by the designer was a cloud floating in the sky. Onset. With the onset of winter, there are concerns about a flu epidemic. Sponsor. He is the sponsor of the event. Sponsorship. The sports tournament is supported by the sponsorship of many local companies. Concert. We went to a concert last night. Responsive. This latest computer has fast processing speeds and is very responsive to user operations. Responsiveness. The screen of the new smartphone has excellent responsiveness to finger movements. Conscript. During the war, the government conscripted young men and sent them to the front lines. Console. I put my hand on the shoulder of my friend who was crying after losing the match and tried to console him with kind words. Inconspicuous. He wore inconspicuous colors and stayed in the corner to avoid being noticed at the party. Constable. He has kept the peace in the area for many years as a constable in a rural town. Constitute. Liberty and equality are the most important elements that constitute this country's constitution. Constancy. Many people were impressed by her constancy, which remained unchanged even in difficult situations. Constant. In scientific experiments, keeping the temperature constant directly affects the accuracy of the results. Constantly. The world situation is constantly changing, and it is hard to keep up with the latest news. Demonstrative. He does not hide his feelings and is very demonstrative toward his family. Nonchalance. Even after making a major mistake, he continued his work with surprising nonchalance. Unconscionable. Charging exorbitant fees to people in need is an unconscionable practice. Conscience. He felt a strong pang of conscience for betraying his friend for his own benefit. Conscious. He has become health conscious lately and makes sure to eat vegetables every day without fail. Subconscious. I usually forget it, but the fear of past failures remains deeply rooted in my subconscious. Unconscious. He has a habit of unconsciously shaking his legs when he gets nervous. Consciously. To fix his bad habit, he consciously maintains good posture in his daily life. Unconsciously. She has a habit of spinning her pen unconsciously whenever she gets nervous. Consciousness. He lost consciousness due to the impact of the accident, but made a miraculous recovery after being rushed to the hospital. Onshore. A strong onshore wind blowing from the sea was kicking up sand on the beach. Contact. I have to make contact with her. Continent. Asia is known as the world's largest and most populous continent. Incontinent. As he got older, he suffered from being incontinent due to a decline in physical functions. Quantity. When cooking, it is important to accurately measure the quantity of ingredients, not just their quality. Pontiff. The large crowd of believers in the square was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the pontiff. Horizontal. The line is horizontal. Quantum. In modern physics, it is essential to understand the concept of the quantum. Contemplate. He contemplated his future path deeply and alone in the quiet forest. Orthodontist. I decided to consult an orthodontist, a specialist in straightening teeth, to align my teeth. Context. To understand the meaning of a word accurately, it is important to consider the context in which it is used. Content. He is quite content with his current simple life and does not desire any more wealth. Contest. She practiced hard after school to participate in a speech contest. Quantify. It is a very difficult task to quantify happiness with numbers. Quantitative. To accurately grasp economic trends, quantitative analysis using vast statistical data is necessary. Wanting. His presentation was good in content, but the supporting concrete data was wanting. Contracting. The company is discussing the contracting of system development with an outside specialist. Contrast. The vivid contrast between the white snow and the blue sky enhances the beauty of the winter scenery. Contractor. I signed a contract with a reliable local contractor to build my house. Subcontractor. The major construction company hired a local subcontractor for the electrical work. Contract. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally signed a formal contract regarding their business alliance. Contraband. Contraband items that were prohibited from being brought in were seized at airport customs. Controversy. The new bill sparked intense controversy from the perspective of privacy protection. Contravene. Littering in public places may contravene city ordinances. Contrary. He did not agree with everyone and deepened the discussion by taking a contrary position. Entree. I chose beefsteak as the main entree from the menu. Contour. Looking at the map, I carefully planned the climbing route by following the contours of the mountain. Onto. He jumped onto the horse. Convolution. Behind that complicated incident, there was a convolution of many human relationships. Convoluted. His explanation was so convoluted that I couldn't understand what he was trying to say. Convolute. His explanation was so convolute that nobody understood what he was trying to say in the end. Convent. She decided to leave the secular world and live a life of prayer and service in a convent deep in the mountains. Converse. He didn't just state his own opinion. He also considered the converse view to examine the issue from multiple angles. Conversely. Exercise is good for health, but conversely, doing too much can cause physical harm. Convert. He renovated an old warehouse and converted it into a stylish cafe. Convict. With decisive evidence found, the judge delivered a verdict to convict the defendant. Convoy. A convoy of trucks carrying relief supplies moved slowly toward the disaster area. Onwards. They continued moving onwards. Lingerie. She bought expensive silk lingerie as a birthday treat for herself. Conch. I picked up a large conch on the beach and listened to the sound of the waves. Beyond. A beautiful lake that I have never seen lies beyond that mountain. Blonde. She dyed her hair during summer vacation and showed up with beautiful blonde hair. Bond. There is a strong bond between the two of them after sharing years of hardship. Correspond. My ideas correspond perfectly in detail with the plan she proposed. Fond. I am fond of reading. Frond. The large fronds of the tropical plants are swaying and overlapping in the wind. Pond. A few goldfish are swimming peacefully in the small pond in the garden. Respond. The teacher asked a question, but none of the students responded. Wand. The wizard waved his wand and turned a mouse into a pumpkin. Fondly. He still remembers his childhood spent in his hometown fondly. Fondness. She has had a strong fondness for animals since she was a child, and is now aiming to be a veterinarian. Ensconce. On a cold winter afternoon, he ensconced himself comfortably in his favorite armchair to enjoy reading. Renaissance. The Renaissance, which began in Italy in the 14th century, brought about great transformations in art and culture. Response. Customer support gave a prompt response to the inquiry from the customer. Monstrous. The old legend features a monstrous creature that appears at night and attacks livestock. Détente. Détente between the two long-conflicting nations progressed, and troops began to withdraw from the border. Font. To make the materials easy to read, I chose a thick and prominent font for the title. Nonchalant. Even though the deadline was approaching, he maintained an incredibly nonchalant attitude. Savant. He is known as a savant with an extraordinary memory in specific fields. Want. He wants new shoes, but he is prioritizing saving money for now. Avant-garde. The designer continues to release avant-garde works that are ahead of their time. Congregate. On weekends, many young people congregate in the square in front of the station to practice dancing. Congress. At the International Congress, where representatives from various countries gathered, an important resolution on environmental issues was adopted. Congressman. He was elected as a congressman at a young age, and is working hard to improve the local educational environment. Conquer. After extraordinary effort, he finally conquered the summit of Mount Everest. Swanky. We celebrated the birthday at a newly opened swanky restaurant last night. Conquest. It is said that the ancient hero achieved the conquest of vast lands and built a huge empire. Honk. The car behind honked loudly because the car in front didn't move even though the light had changed. Angst. He felt a strong angst about the future and kept worrying about his career path alone. Tongs. I used metal tongs to remove the grilled meat from the rack at the barbecue. Atop. Standing atop the mountain, the cityscape spreading below looked like a miniature. Cop. When I asked a cop on patrol for directions, he kindly helped me. Crop. Thanks to the good weather this year, the crop of rice and vegetables is very abundant. Drop. He carelessly dropped his precious smartphone on the ground. Flop. It was a highly anticipated new movie, but it was a box office flop due to its boring content. Lop. The gardener skillfully lopped off the overgrown branches using large shears. Mop. To finish the cleaning, I wiped the floor clean with a well-wrung mop. Pop. At the start of the party, we popped the champagne cork cheerfully. Prop. Behind the scenes of the play, the staff was busy preparing the props for the next scene. Shop. It's my routine to go to my favorite boutique shop on weekends to look for new clothes. Slop. He was in such a hurry that he slopped the water from the bucket onto the floor. Stop. While I was waiting at the bus stop, the bus stopped a little later than scheduled. Swap. During the lunch break, I swapped a side dish with my friend and we ate them. Top. His years of effort paid off and he finally climbed to the top of the industry. Stopgap. We used an old part as a stopgap measure until the proper part arrived. Popcorn. Upon entering the movie theater, I felt like eating popcorn with its savory butter aroma. Shoplift. The security camera installed in the store captured the moment someone tried to shoplift items and leave. Stopover. On the way to New York, I had a one-night stopover in London. Lopsided. The game was a lopsided affair, with one team dominating for a 10-0 lead. Popsicle. On a hot summer afternoon, children cooled off by eating cold popsicles in the garden. Synopsis. Before watching the movie, I read a short synopsis on the official website to get an idea of the plot. Optional. Attendance at this seminar is optional, so please sign up only if you are interested. Adoption. After a long discussion, they decided on the adoption of a boy from an institution. Option. As a career path after graduation, I am considering the option of studying abroad as well as going to university. Optimal. An optimal balance of sunlight and watering is essential for plants to grow healthily. Optimum. To grow plants best, you need to determine the optimum balance of sunlight and humidity. Optimize. Using the latest software, we optimize the efficiency of the factory's production line to the maximum. Optimist. He is an optimist at heart and always tries to see the positive side no matter what difficulties he faces. Optimism. He is a person of natural optimism who never loses hope, no matter how tough the situation. Optical. This telescope uses the latest optical technology to see distant galaxies clearly. Optic. He damaged his optic nerve, making it temporarily difficult for him to see. Optics. This microscope applies the latest optics technology, allowing for clear observation of cell details. Adoptive. He feels deep gratitude toward his adoptive parents who raised him. Adopt. The local government decided on a policy to fully adopt renewable energy for environmental protection. Cropped. Since there was something extra in the background of the photo, I cropped it to keep only the necessary parts. Opt. He opted for a path at a startup to test his skills rather than taking a job at a stable large corporation. Afar. He left his hometown and dreamed of succeeding in a land afar. Bar. After finishing work, he makes it a routine to have a quick drink at his regular bar. Bizarre. Last night I heard a bizarre news story about a person dressed strangely walking through town. Car. I went for a drive to the sea with my family on the weekend in our new car. Char. At the site of the campfire, several pieces of wood that were half-charred remained. Czar. In history class, we learned about the czars who once ruled the Russian Empire with absolute power. Disbar. The lawyer was disbarred after his fraudulent activities were revealed. Far. It takes 30 minutes to walk from my house to the station, which is a bit too far for a child. Guitar. He plays the guitar well. Par. His golf skills are professional level, and he can always play at par even on difficult courses. Scar. Every time I see the scar on my knee from falling as a child, I remember how mischievous I was back then. Spar. The two boxers engaged in a light spar in the ring as a pre-match adjustment. Star. Looking up at the night sky, countless stars were shining like diamonds. Superstar. He is a world-famous superstar and is surrounded by fans wherever he goes. Tar. At the road paving site, black tar with a distinctive smell was being applied to the surface. Arbitrary. The selection criteria were not clear and seemed to be decided by the arbitrary judgment of the judges. Arbitrariness. The arbitrariness of the dictator's decisions deprived many citizens of their freedom. Arbitrate. A third-party organization intervened to arbitrate the dispute between the labor union and management. Garble. Due to poor reception, his message was garbled and unreadable. Marble. The entrance hall of the mansion was filled with luxurious white marble. Garbled. The voice on the phone was garbled because of the poor signal. Carbon. Reducing carbon dioxide emissions is a global challenge to prevent global warming. Hydrocarbon. Petroleum and natural gas are mainly composed of hydrocarbons, which consist of carbon and hydrogen. Arbor. I enjoyed a nap under the grape arbor in the corner of the garden. Barber. My hair had grown long, so I went to the local barber to get a clean cut. Harbor. Many fishing boats returned to the quiet harbor at sunset. Harbor. He harbors a dream in his heart of one day living abroad. Barbarism. Attacks on civilians during the war are acts of barbarism that cannot be tolerated in a civilized society. Starboard. The captain shouted, "Whale on the starboard side," and passengers rushed to the right. Barbecue. We invited friends to our garden over the weekend and enjoyed a barbecue, grilling meat and vegetables over charcoal. Arbiter. In the fashion industry, she is regarded as an absolute arbiter of beauty. Arbitrage. He is an investor who specializes in arbitrage, profiting from price differences between different markets. Arbitrarily. He ignored the rules and made decisions arbitrarily based on his mood at the time. Arbitrator. An arbitrator was chosen as an impartial third party to resolve the labor dispute. Garbage. To keep the city clean, you should dispose of garbage in the designated areas. Harbinger. The plum blossoms in the garden are a harbinger of spring after a harsh winter. Archer. The skilled archer accurately hit the center of a distant target. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Departure. Because the flight's departure was delayed, I ended up waiting in the lobby for 3 hours. Cardinal. Obeying traffic rules is one of the cardinal principles for maintaining a safe society. Garden. My pleasure on weekends is to tend to the garden and plant seasonal flowers. Pardon. Pardon me, could you say that again? Gardener. A skilled gardener trimmed the garden trees into a wonderful shape. Gardening. My mother enjoys gardening in the backyard on weekends, growing seasonal flowers. Ardent. He is an ardent fan of the baseball team and goes to the stadium every weekend. Ardently. He ardently appealed for the improvement of youth education. Ardor. He is still dedicated to his research, never losing the ardor of his youth. Larder. Old houses had a cool larder for storing food supplies during the winter. Retarded. The chemical contained ingredients that retarded the growth of the plants. Regarding. Details regarding the schedule for the new project will be sent by email later. Hardy. A hardy plant that can withstand the severe winter cold sprouted in the corner of the garden. Tardy. He overslept and was marked tardy for his school classes. Cardiac. After intense exercise, it is necessary to stabilize the cardiac rhythm considering the strain on the heart. Guardian. Since she lost her parents, her uncle supported her as her legal guardian. Tardiness. He is very capable at his job, but he is losing his boss's trust due to his frequent tardiness. Starfish. While walking along the rocky coast, I found a bright orange starfish in a tide pool. Bargain. Buying this high-quality watch at half price was a real bargain. Jargon. The jargon used by IT industry experts is difficult for beginners to understand. Argot. The argot used among thieves was completely incomprehensible to ordinary people. Target. He hit the target with an arrow. Embargo. Due to deteriorating diplomatic relations, the government imposed an oil export embargo on that country. Cargo. The huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a vast amount of cargo to be transported around the world. Gargoyle. On the roof of that old church, strangely shaped gargoyles are lined up to drain rainwater. Argument. They had a fierce argument for hours about the solution to the problem. Argue. They argued heatedly for hours about the pros and cons of the environmental policy. Arguably. He is arguably one of the best guitarists in the world. Marginalize. We must not marginalize minority groups who fall outside the mainstream of society. Marginally. The performance of the new model was only marginally better than the old one. Marginal. The fuel efficiency of the new model showed only a marginal difference compared to the old one. Margin. When writing a paper, you should leave appropriate margins on all sides to make it easy to read. Sergeant. During the rigorous training, the sergeant's shouting echoed across the training grounds. Largesse. The billionaire showed great largesse by donating a large sum of money to build a local library. Margarine. Instead of butter, he spread margarine made from vegetable oils on his bread. Lethargic. The extreme summer heat saps my strength and makes me feel lethargic about doing anything. Arduous. Climbing a mountain over 8,000 meters high is a very arduous journey both physically and mentally. Sarcasm. He pointed out the other person's mistake using sharp sarcasm disguised as a compliment. Remarkable. The rookie player put on a remarkable performance, scoring a hat trick in his debut match. Remarkably. Her condition improved remarkably thanks to the new treatment. Hierarchical. The organization has a strict hierarchical structure, and top-down communication is thoroughly enforced. Marketable. He has not only the skills but also the marketable talent for knowing how to sell them. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architecture. Traveling through Spain, he was impressed by Gaudi's creative architecture. Architect. He is a famous architect who designed the innovative building that has become a symbol of this city. Markedly. This winter, the number of days with markedly lower temperatures than usual continues. Sparkle. Her eyes were full of sparkle with hope for the new project. Carcass. In the middle of the desert, hyenas surrounded the carcass of a zebra. Market. On weekend mornings, I went to the local open market in search of fresh vegetables and fruit. Archive. Historians searched through the old archives and discovered a valuable diary from 100 years ago. Marker. He drew a line with a marker. Archetype. He is the archetypal hero, exactly what comes to mind when one thinks of a champion of justice. Parking. The shopping mall was very crowded on the weekend, and I had trouble finding a parking space. Sparkling. The flowers and grass wet with morning dew were sparkling in the sunlight. Charcoal. On the camping night, we used glowing red charcoal to slowly grill meat and vegetables. Parliament. Enthusiastic debates are being held daily in Parliament to enact new national laws. Charlatan. He pretended to have medical knowledge to sell expensive medicine, but he was actually just a charlatan. Garland. A colorful garland of flowers was placed around the winner's neck at the celebration. Parlance. The parlance used by industry experts is unique and difficult for laypeople to understand. Scarlet. She appeared dressed in a vivid scarlet dress, like the color of the sunset. Starlight. In the quiet night, the faint starlight coming through the window gently illuminated the room. Parlor. She stopped by a beauty parlor on the corner to have her nails done. Barley. This beer is made using only carefully selected, high-quality barley. Parley. To end the fighting, representatives of both armies held a parley in a neutral zone. Marmalade. For breakfast today, I had toast with bitter orange marmalade. Armament. As tensions near the border rose, both countries increased their armaments to prepare for contingencies. Disarmament. To achieve world peace, international dialogue toward nuclear disarmament continues. Armaments. As tensions rose near the border, both countries increased their armaments to prepare for any contingency. Harmonize. The sounds of different instruments harmonized beautifully, and wonderful music echoed through the church. Harmony. At the choir contest, everyone's voices in the class created a perfect harmony. Pharmacist. When I went to the pharmacy with my prescription, the pharmacist kindly explained how to take the medicine and its side effects. Pharmacy. After being examined at the hospital, I went to a nearby pharmacy with my prescription. Armistice. After years of intense conflict, an armistice was finally signed between the two countries, and peace returned to the city. Barman. At the pub I stopped by after work, an experienced barman skillfully prepared a cocktail for me. Carmine. The painter layered vivid carmine paint to express the sunset sky. Garment. This brand manufactures eco-friendly garments using only natural materials. Farmer. A local farmer delivered some freshly picked vegetables to us. Armory. In the basement of the old castle, there is an armory where knights used to store their weapons. Armored. The bank's cash transport truck is a sturdy armored car that is bulletproof. Alarming. The rise in sea levels due to global warming is progressing at an alarming rate for island nations. Disarming. He began to speak with a disarming smile that seemed to melt away any suspicion. Army. A large army continues to train in order to protect the borders. Carnival. On the night of the summer festival, the city was filled with a feverish excitement like a lively carnival with people dancing in colorful costumes. Carnal. He prioritized carnal desires over spiritual connection. Harness. Scientists are researching ways to efficiently harness natural energy. Incarnate. The ruthless dictator was feared by the people of the time as the devil incarnate. Garner. Her dedicated activities succeeded in garnering support from many people. Incarnation. Due to his passionate play style, he is called the incarnation of victory among fans. Carnage. On the battlefield where fierce fighting continued, there was a gruesome carnage that was hard to look at. Garnish. To finish the dish, I garnished it with bright green parsley to improve its appearance. Tarnish. If you leave silver spoons out, the surface will tarnish due to a reaction with components in the air. Varnish. I carefully applied varnish to the wood surface to protect it and give it a beautiful gloss. Tarnished. The silver shield, left for many years, was in a completely tarnished state on its surface. Carpenter. A skilled carpenter built a beautiful shelf without using a single nail. Carpentry. His hobby is DIY, and he taught himself carpentry skills to build a shed in his garden. Carpet. I laid a new carpet on the floor. Carping. He always takes a carping attitude toward his colleagues' minor mistakes. Carpool. To ease the congestion of the morning rush hour, I started carpooling with my colleagues. Parsimony. Due to his extreme parsimony, he refuses to spend money no matter how necessary it is. Arsenal. The country maintains a huge arsenal, including state-of-the-art missiles, for national defense. Arsenic. Arsenic is extremely toxic and has been feared since ancient times as a means of assassination and poisoning. Larceny. He was arrested by the police on suspicion of larceny for stealing someone's wallet. Parcel. A large parcel filled with local specialties arrived from my mother, who lives far away. Arson. An investigation has begun into last night's fire at the vacant house, as arson is suspected. Parson. The parson serving the small village church always listens kindly to the residents' concerns. Catharsis. Watching a sad movie and having a good cry allowed me to experience a catharsis of the stress built up in my heart. Incarcerate. The brutal criminal was incarcerated in a maximum security prison to isolate him from society. Narcissism. He admires his appearance every time he looks in the mirror and is mocked for his excessive narcissism. Partially. The building was partially destroyed by the fire, but the foundation remained intact. Impartial. A judge must eliminate all personal feelings and always deliver a verdict from an impartial standpoint. Marshal. The fire marshal directed the volunteers to properly marshal the people gathered at the shelter. Martial. Due to ongoing political instability, the government finally imposed martial law in the country. Partial. His explanation was only partial, making it difficult to grasp the full picture of the incident. Martian. In old sci-fi movies, there are scenes where eerie Martians looking like octopuses attack the Earth. Artifact. Archaeologists discovered pottery artifacts used by ancient people during their investigation of the ruins. Artifice. He used clever artifice to outsmart his rivals and take leadership of the project. Article. On the front page of this morning's newspaper, an article by an expert expressing concern about the economy was published. Particle. Scientists use accelerators to study the movement of invisibly small particles. Cartilage. When the cartilage in the knee wears down, you may feel pain while walking. Heartily. He enjoyed his meal heartily with a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Artisan. Skilled artisans carefully finish each piece of furniture by hand. Partisan. There is a conflict of partisan opinions on that issue, and the discussion is not progressing easily. Startle. Being called by her name suddenly from behind startled her so much that she almost jumped. Carton. He bought 2 1-liter cartons of milk at the supermarket. Hearten. Encouraging messages from many friends greatly heartened him as he fought his illness. Barton. Life in that dormitory was very Spartan, with no television or entertainment at all. Artist. She is a talented young artist. Tripartite. A tripartite coalition government was established for the 3 political parties to cooperate in governing. Barter. In times without money, people survived by bartering fish for vegetables. Charter. We chartered an entire plane for our school trip. Martyr. He is a martyr who gave his life for freedom without compromising his beliefs. Starter. The starter for today's course meal was a fresh fish marinade. Martyrdom. He chose the path of martyrdom, giving his life for his beliefs rather than compromising them. Artery. I watch my diet to prevent any important artery that carries blood from the heart to the body from getting clogged. Chartered. We chartered our own bus for the group trip. Heartache. The loneliness of living alone away from his hometown was an unbearable heartache for him. Cathartic. Watching a sad movie and having a good cry can be a cathartic experience that purifies your emotions. Parting. Upon their parting after the graduation ceremony, the 2 best friends made a firm promise to meet again. Artistry. The violin melody she plays shows a high level of artistry that goes beyond mere technique. Arty. She has a somewhat arty vibe and always wears unique clothes. Hardy. My grandmother always says eat up and prepares a hearty meal for me. Party. I invited my friends over for a home party this weekend and we talked until late at night. Cartridge. The printer ran out of ink, so I replaced it with a new ink cartridge. Arthropod. Insects, spiders, and crabs are classified as arthropods. Larva. A beetle larva was curled up and sleeping under the fallen leaves in the garden. Marvelous. The sunset viewed from the top of the hill was a marvelous sight beyond words. Marvel. The audience marveled at the beauty of the massive fountain show that utilized the latest technology. Harvest. Autumn is the harvest season, and farmers are busy working in the fields from morning till night. Carving. He started wood carving as a hobby and completed a small statue of an animal. Starving. He was so hungry that he finished his meal while saying, "I'm starving." Barb. The tip of a fishing hook has a barb that makes it difficult to pull out once it sticks. Barbed. Barbed wire is stretched across the top of the fence to keep intruders out. Arch. A beautiful stone arch stands at the entrance to the park. Démarche. The government took the situation seriously and made a new diplomatic démarche to the other country. Parch. The blazing sun parched the earth, which had seen no rain for a long time. Starch. I use starch in the laundry to make my shirt crisp. Archbishop. The ceremony at the traditional cathedral was conducted by the archbishop dressed in solemn robes. Parchment. The museum exhibits old manuscripts written on parchment made from sheepskin centuries ago. Parch. Because it hadn't rained for weeks, the ground in the garden was completely parched. Bard. Shakespeare is known as the greatest bard in British history. Bombard. Reporters bombarded the Prime Minister with questions as soon as he appeared. Canard. The news turned out to be a complete canard with no basis in fact. Card. I sent a Christmas card to my friend. Charred. The heat was too strong at the barbecue, and the surface of the meat got charred. Discard. Since I bought new furniture, I discarded the old sofa I had used for years. Disregard. He completely disregarded the warning and entered the restricted area. Guard. He is guarding the building. Hard. This problem is very hard, and nobody in the class could solve it. Marred. The beautiful scenery was marred by thoughtless graffiti. Regard. He is held in high regard by those around him as a leader in his field. Retard. The heavy snow disrupted transportation and significantly retarded the arrival of the package. Shard. I was careful not to cut my finger on a sharp shard of the broken vase. Yard. They are playing in the yard. Cardboard. I got a lot of cardboard boxes from the supermarket to prepare for the move. Regardless. Regardless of the opposition around him, he pushed forward following his own beliefs. Hardly. It was so foggy and visibility was so poor that I could hardly see the lights of the car ahead. Bombardment. Due to the heavy bombardment, the city's major buildings suffered catastrophic damage. Hardscrabble. He grew up in a hardscrabble environment, farming barren land, and developed great mental strength. Yardstick. Everyone defines success differently, and there's no need to use others' success as your own yardstick. Hardware. To get the most out of a computer, it's essential to have good hardware as well as software. Hardworking. He is a very hardworking person and is highly trusted by his colleagues. Hardwood. This floor is made of durable and beautiful hardwood. Scarf. It was very cold outside, so I wrapped a thick scarf around my neck to keep warm. Barge. A large barge moved slowly along the canal, carrying a huge amount of coal. Charge. After eating at the restaurant, I paid an additional charge as a service fee. Discharge. He was finally allowed to discharge from the hospital as his injury had completely healed. Enlarge. I enlarged the family vacation photo to poster size and displayed it in the living room. Large. The park has a large grassy area where children can run around. Recharge. I used a dedicated cable to recharge my smartphone because the battery was dead. Surcharge. Due to rising fuel prices, a fuel surcharge was added to the airfare. Largely. This success is largely dependent on the cooperation of all team members. Enlargement. I asked the Photoshop for an enlargement of the data so I could print the group photo in a large size. Arc. The launched fireworks drew a large arc in the night sky before vanishing. Ark. In the Old Testament, there is a story of Noah building an ark to save animals from the Great Flood. Bark. The watchdog barked loudly because a stranger entered the garden. Dark. Be careful because it is dark outside at night. Disembark. The plane arrived at the destination, and passengers began to disembark in order. Embark. He made a firm decision to embark on an unknown field to start a new business. Hark. I instinctively stopped to hark to the beautiful sound of bells coming from afar. Lark. He surprised his friend just for a lark, half in jest. Mark. I made a small mark on the wall. Park. I go to the park on weekends. Remark. At the end of the meeting, he added a short remark about the project's progress. Spark. His casual remark became the spark that generated a new idea. Stark. The report highlighted the stark reality facing regional cities. Markdown. Out-of-season items were being sold at a significant markdown price for inventory clearance. Darkness. He is a little afraid of the darkness. Darkroom. He converted his home storage into a darkroom to develop his film photography hobby. Infarction. He collapsed after feeling severe chest pain and was diagnosed with myocardial infarction by the doctor. Archetypal. He embodies the archetypal hero, with a strong sense of justice and an inability to ignore those in need. Antarctic. In the Antarctic continent, one of the coldest places on Earth, many research teams are conducting studies.